their careers. They're trying to do the same thing this season. We just have not seen those results. But look no further than a guy like Michael Conforto, who in his last 6 games is hitting .381, has hit 4 home runs, 7 RBIs, has scored 6 times, has an OPS 1,465. He's starting to play some good baseball. So is that a sign that you should be patient, like Mike is talking about? Or is it a sign that maybe guys like Mitch Haniger aren't going to perform? That's the counter argument. Are they due or are they just overdue is the question. Well, Susan Slusser just stopped by Papa and Len yesterday and talked about the performances from these free agents and how the Giants could still get a big payoff later this season.
Well, underperformance can signal that there is better to come. I think that they would like to think of it that way. But, this next month and a half sets them up for, are they buyers or sellers? Certainly, if they're still in this sort of territory, they've got some assets that they could move and get back some decent pieces, and then really start to go young, which might be, if they feel like the moves they made with the free agents didn't pan out this year, that might be the best way to go.
And here's the thing. There's a lot to break down there from what Susan said. And the thing is, with this Giants outfield, they just really haven't been healthy this year. Whether it is Mitch Conforto, I just put them together, Mitch Haniger, who started the year on the IL. We know Michael Conforto was dealing with shoulder injuries all last year and during the offseason. Jock Peterson just got put on the IL. Yaz just came off it. Slater's back on. It seems like we're playing musical chairs in the outfield, so maybe that's why we're not getting the consistency. And maybe just more at-bats will lead to more success like we're seeing now from Michael Conforto. But I also think the other part, the second half of Susan's answer, also stands out on whether or not the Giants will be buyers or sellers at the MLB trade deadline. Again, there's still a big 40 games to go before we get there. But when I'm currently looking at this roster, when I'm looking at the NL West, when I'm looking at the realistic expectations of Las Vegas and all the bookies having the Giants as a 500 team, that means they have them not being a playoff team. And, of course, anything can happen in baseball. But what happened last year at the MLB trade deadline when they held on to guys like Carlos Rodon, let him walk in the offseason, and I know he hasn't even thrown a pitch yet for the Yankees, but if you weren't going to re-sign him, you probably should have tried to trade him to get something back in return. And that's why I think they can take advantage of guys like Alex Cobb, who is playing, or should I say pitching, as one of the best pitchers in the big leagues this year, has one of the top ERAs. He's also 35 years old. So if the Giants can flip him at the trade deadline, I would absolutely listen to phone calls. And that goes for multiple people. Lamont Wade Jr. is having a great season as a leadoff hitter, is getting on base at an unreal clip. If somebody's interested in him, I'd probably answer the phone. Whether it's a Yaz, whether it's a Jock, a Conforto, any of these guys. Because, again, it's all going to circle back to the homegrown talent. Your Casey Schmidts, your Marco Lucianos, your Kyle Harrison. That's what Susan was just talking about there. If the Giants get to a point after the next 40 games where they are sellers, that means they could be calling up a lot more prospects and letting the kids play and trying to figure out what the Giants have moving forward. But again, a lot of baseball left before we reach that MLB trade deadline and the MLB All-Star break. Here was Michael Conforto's evaluation of the Giants to the first 41 games and what he thinks of his brand new team.
Well, you know what? I think we've done some good things. I think there's some things we need to improve upon. Some of those things tonight, getting a few hits with a guy on second, bringing that guy home, kind of manufacturing some runs, not just leaning on the long ball. We played great defense tonight. Woody was great. It was good to see him back. We got some help coming there, and the bullpen was great as well. So, we just got to keep playing good baseball, good defense. Situational hitting is huge. Keep putting up runs, and it's a good recipe for success.
Situational hitting is huge. Yeah. Tell me something I don't know with this Giants team, because that's probably been the most frustrating part. Yeah, you could look at their home run totals, how they're one of the best power hitting teams in the league. It seems like week in, or should I say night in and night out, the Giants have guys loading the bases and then they're leaving them stranded. Hell, it happened yesterday in the first inning. Who knows if it would have happened again in the second if the Phillies could have played some defense instead of dropping balls all over the field. Whatever. Giants took advantage of it, threw up a crooked number, And half those runs came off the bat of Michael Conforto with that home run, but I still think that's something the Giants need to improve, playing a little bit more small ball, putting the ball in play instead of striking out with one out and the bases loaded, as we saw yesterday from Haniger and Crawford. But shout out to those two guys kind of redeeming themselves in the second inning, both coming up big with RBI doubles. Hopefully that turns around their season, as those guys are both hitting below 200. Mitch Haniger, 183, and Brandon Crawford, 167 right now. But I also want to point out what Michael Conforto was talking about with the Giants defense, because that was a big topic this offseason, that the Giants wanted to focus on getting better defensively. Now, I scratched my head at it because you were replacing a Gold Glove caliber first baseman in Brandon Bell with Lamont Wade Jr., and no disrespect to Lamont, but he's been more of an outfielder with the Giants, more of a DH, but I think he's held his own at first base. Now you look at the other side of the diamond and who's holding down the hot corner. It was an actual Gold Glove winner, Evan Longoria, and you replaced him with David Villar, who's now down in Sacramento, and also with J.D. Davis, a man who did not have the greatest quote-unquote defensive metrics with the New York Mets, but now he's playing Gold Glove caliber defense, and we saw him make a couple big plays yesterday, snag that line drive in the ninth inning to hold that lead to 3 runs. I think JD has played above expectations. He's a guy that I love, going back to the Darren Ruff trade originally last year, one of the actual moves that has paid off for Farhan and this Giants team. So those things are positive, but again, it goes back to the outfield not being healthy and having to play Blake Sable in left field on opening day and Brett Wisely and Bryce Johnson in center field because Slater and Yaz can't get into the lineup. But those are all health issues the Giants are looking at right now. One health issue I think they're actually positive on is the health of Alex Wood, who made his first start yesterday since April 19th, went 4 2/3, was a little irritated about being 1 out away from getting the win, but I think he's happy with the Giants win, and I think he's a guy who may be back in the rotation after seeing what's been going on with Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea. Here was Alex Wood yesterday talking about the Giants season and talking about where the Giants pitchers feel comfortable and if they'll have a defined role moving on this season.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that we have the pieces. You know, I think that offensively we've done a pretty good job, especially dealing with some of the injuries that we've had, and you know, we've had a couple key pieces that are really starting to heat up offensively. You know, I mean, talk about Mike. I mean, just that's pretty. You don't see many lefties going backside, you know, for homers like that. You know, and so I think that's a good sign of things to come. You know, Haney's starting to swing it, and we just got to pitch better as a group. You know, I think you know, hopefully moving forward from here, you know, we'll kind of start to settle in, you know, with guys in whatever role they're moving forward, and then just you know, have some consistency across the board and just put up zeros. You know, I think that, you know, we've had a lot of guys throw really well, and we have some guys that are, you know, starting to, you know, show signs of life of who they are, and you know, it'll be good. I think that we'll start to settle into some roles, and I think that we'll start to put things together, and you know, and I think we're a good team. You know, we just got to go out there and show it, you know?
And that's the thing when you are looking at the Giants pitching staff this year, you kind of have to break it in pieces.
Go out there and show it, you know?
You look at guys like Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, Anthony DeScalfani pitching fantastic this year. You look at Camilo Duvall getting his 9th save yesterday. But it seems like everything else in between that has kind of been a question mark. Whether it is the Rogers twins, whether it's not, it's a guy like Scott Alexander who has had his up and down moments this year. Whether it's this whole piggyback strategy that they've been going with, because the one thing that stood out about that Alex Wood answer is that he talked about roles twice. He dropped it on us twice in there. Maybe we'll settle in. Maybe we'll know our roles going forward. And maybe that messes with a pitcher's head. Guys like Sean Manaea, guys like Ross Stripling, guys who thought they were coming in to be part of the starting rotation. How many times have we flip-flop between John Brebbia opening the game, Sean Manaea coming in from the bullpen? Let's start Ross Stripling. Let's piggyback him with Sean. Oh, he's letting up home runs. Now we're sending him back to the bullpen. Like, we got to go back to the first weekend of the season. Ross Stripling was your third-day starter. Now we don't even know if he's top 5 in your rotation. Then you throw in guys like Jacob Junis, Tristan Beck, these long relievers. if you're asking me, you probably shouldn't have more than one or two long relievers on your roster, and maybe that's why they're struggling so much with their bullpen. So who knows if the addition of Luke Jackson later on this year, who's doing a rehab assignment down in San Jose, will add some depth to the bullpen. And who knows if these guys will have defined roles moving forward. And who knows if we'll see Kyle Harrison as one of the top 5 members of this rotation mid-season. That's probably going to be in the third quarter of this season. We'll see what happens with the Giants pitching staff moving forward. But one man I wanted to hear from was Logan Webb, who pitched another good game on Sunday against the Diamondbacks. Of course, we all know by now they ended up losing, but I wanted to hear some thoughts from Logan Webb, who didn't get a win until, his 5th or 6th game of the season. Looks like he's starting to get back on track. Talked about finding a slider grip that he loves. Here was Logan Webb talking about the Giants' streakiness so far this season and how the focus for them moving forward has just got to win series by series.
We need to start going like series by series, like just trying to beat them. I feel like if you win the series, and you try to think that you can win the series each time, and I think that's a recipe for success. So we just gotta get back to that, and it's close. It's not like we're getting our asses kicked every night. And I know the 2 nights before we hadn't won the best score, but it was just we feel like we're in every game, and hopefully it's a long season, right? We still got so a lot of games to play. So
yeah, the key to the season is give Logan Webb some damn run support when he's on the bump. You have a chance to win every single time he starts and takes the mound. I know we've been talking a lot this year how it seems like he's Matt Cain 2.0. I want to end those talks right now, and I want to get that guy some run support. Webb, get him on an all-star type campaign, and he's going to be the guy leading the Giants the rest of the season. Like he just said himself, there's plenty of baseball left. We still have 3 quarters left of the season. But it is always nice to check in on the Giants from time to time, especially since the Warrior season is over now. Still plenty of NBA storylines to get into, but one last Giant cut we should tag out with is a big Warriors fan himself, a guy that bet against Logan Webb in the first round of the playoff series between the Kings and the Warriors. That man is Brandon Crawford, a man that is going to have his number retired on the Wall of Fame one day, but also a guy that's hitting 167 right now and might have his future in question with Casey Schmidt putting on the performance he is having right now. But here is Brandon Crawford himself yesterday on the postgame show after getting that RBI double, talking about the Giants' first 41 games of the season and also the fact that the Giants last night won their 11,500 win, the most wins in MLB history. Here is the face of the franchise, Brandon Crawford, on the Giants' first quarter of the season.
We've been a little streaky. I think we'll go through a pretty good patch where we'll play really good baseball, and then we'll have a down 3 or 4 games where it seems like we can't do anything right. So hopefully we could kind of smooth that out and play good baseball. Even there are going to be tough games where we lose, but overall just clean it up maybe a little bit. I think our defense has actually been pretty solid, but there are some times where I feel like we can't hit the ball, which is going to happen, I guess. But you want to try to be a little more consistent, and I think we've done a better job lately. Cutting down the strikeouts a little bit, it seems like, and putting the ball in play more, and getting some big hits when we need it.
We need to play a little bit more consistent, and I think that sums it up perfectly for the Giants. It seems like they play at the level of their competition, and so far this year that has them as a sub-500 record, 18-23. But again, first 41 games of the season, there are some positives, there are some negatives, there are still some question marks moving forward. One man I didn't mention in either of those segments is Joey Bart, who people have been all over the scales, talking about he should go, talking about he's a franchise catcher. A couple weeks ago, we were talking about him hitting over 300. Quietly, he's down to 222 now. And it seems like most of the struggles have came since that groin injury. But we'll pay attention to Joey Bart, Casey Schmidt, and some of these Giants prospects moving forward as the season continues for the MLB. Unfortunately, the season ended for the Warriors, but now we could start talking about the future. Now we could start talking about the NBA draft lottery tonight. And if the Warriors should maybe trade a pick to get into the lottery, we'll hear some sound from Bobby Marks on what he thinks the Warriors should do with their future on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marquise Boucher on a Tuesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Schroeder around the screen from AD to LeBron, whips the pass on top to Reeves, sheds the defender Payton to the oohs and ahs of the crowd, finds an open Schroeder for three. He buries it. Lakers 18, Warriors 7. AD comes up with a loose ball, feeds ahead to James, over to Russell, extra pass Reeves, corner three. It's good. Lakers on fire in game 6, have hit 9 of their first 12. Another Warriors timeout as the Lakers go up 17 early. Curry with 8. Passes to Thompson. Catch and shoot 3. Came up short. Missed the rim, but DiVincenzo gets it. Blocked by Davis at the cup. 1 second to go in the half. Reeves the heat from half. It's good! A block from Davis. A 3 from Reeves from half court. And the halftime lead is 10 for the Lakers in Game 6.
Hey, Kershaw, blank the Lakers. What's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher back on the leadoff spot on a Tuesday morning where my man Overnight Dave behind the glass is making us relive all those highlights from the Lakers' 122-10 win over the Dubs in Game 6. Austin Reeves, a.k.a. the Hillbilly Kobe, pulling up from half court right before halftime. The Klay Thompson missed shot, the Anthony Davis block shot, the Austin Reeves heaves. Couple things I did not want to think about this morning, but they're definitely going to be in the back of my head tonight as the Western Conference kicks off in a rematch from the 2020 season, from the bubble bracket, where the Lakers are taking on Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, the most disrespected number 1 seed in NBA history. I don't know if I'll go that far, but definitely a team that I feel like has been overlooked, especially with Nikola Jokic winning back-to-back MVPs, and now everybody talking about his playoff performance. Of course, last year we saw him get eliminated by Steph and the Warriors, but this year he'll have a chance to eliminate Kevin Durant and LeBron James in back-to-back series. But honestly, I think this is going to be more of a matchup between Nikola and Anthony Davis, two of the best big men in the NBA, which is kind of funny in today's NBA where everybody's going with the small ball lineup and 3-ball shooting teams. Look at the two teams in the Western Conference Finals, both doing it behind their bigs. And Nikola Jokic, you don't need me to break the news to you, is maybe the best passing big man in NBA history. So far through the playoffs, he is nearly averaging a triple-double, 30.7 points, 12.8 rebounds, and 9.7 assists. Now, they'll try to counteract Nikola with AD, who leads the NBA playoffs in rebounds and blocks this year. So Game 1 will be tonight in Denver. It's going to be interesting to see how those 38-year-old legs of LeBron James does at high altitude. And with them playing every 48 hours, I think I got to give the edge to the Denver Nuggets, a team that was better all season long and a team that has not lost at home so far in this playoff stretch. Now, you can say the same thing about the Lakers. They haven't lost at home either, but the Nuggets have home court advantage. So if this goes 7, I'm going with the Nuggets, but I think they win even before that. Now, that's a counter argument to someone like
6.
Draymond Green, who picked the Lakers to win on his podcast, but are we really that surprised?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Draymond came out and picked his boy LeBron James and the Lakers to move on to the finals. Hey, maybe he wants to say he lost to the best, or maybe he's got the NBA script that everybody's talking about, them setting up a finals rematch between the Boston Celtics and the LA Lakers. Yeah, I'd tell all those people to grow up, even though I do love a good conspiracy theory myself. I don't know if that's the road we're going down, but to be honest with you, it's probably the road we're going to end up on. Because me, myself, personally, I'm rooting to see a Nuggets and Miami Heat series. But that's mostly just because I don't like the Lakers or the Celtics. But these are two teams that are playing extremely hot right now. But it is interesting to see two top seeds like the Nuggets and the Celtics and how much of a difference there is in their NBA title odds when they're both playing a play-in team. The Lakers beat the T-Wolves, I believe. You look at what the Miami Heat did with Jimmy Butler. They lost their first play-in game to Trae Young and the Hawks.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Jimmy played good enough in their second play-in game, and he damn sure played good enough against the Milwaukee Bucks to eliminate Giannis, and then he played good enough against the New York Knicks also. But the difference in these odds is pretty shocking to me. If you're looking at the Eastern Conference Finals, the Boston Celtics are minus 600 to win that series. Look over at the Western Conference Finals, the Nuggets are only minus 145 over the Lakers. Lakers only getting plus 125 odds. So the bookmakers has this series being a lot closer than over in the Eastern Conference Finals. But my take might be the opposite of that. I don't like betting against Jimmy Butler in the playoffs. And now he'll try to get revenge going against the Boston Celtics. They eliminated him last year, but they're also the team that beat the Celtics back in the bubble bracket anyway. So plenty of basketball to talk about and some big basketball action going on tonight, actually, with the NBA draft lottery. That's right. It's everybody's favorite time to draw ping pong balls. Everybody's now in the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes. If you're not familiar with Victor Wembanyama, he's a 7'4" freak. And I mean that in a good way, trust me. A French prospect that is getting comparisons to guys like Kevin Durant, Giannis, LeBron James, a guy that can essentially do it all. So whoever wins the draft lottery tonight is taking Victor Wembanyama. We've been talking about the tanking sweepstake for nearly a year now, going all the way back before the last NBA season started. And tonight, the Detroit Pistons, the Houston Rockets, and the San Antonio Spurs will all have a 14% chance to get that number one pick. Probably one of the most anticipated draft lotteries since Zion, maybe, when he came out. Maybe going all the way back to LeBron James. Who knows? But it's going to be a big night in the NBA, figuring out where Victor Wembanyama is going to be playing. And also give a shout-out to Scoot Henderson, the number 2 prospect in the draft, who announced yesterday that Steph Curry is going to be his mentor. I don't really get the announcement of it or anything, but hey, shout out to Steph for taking care of the kids. I'd like to see Scoot Henderson playing with Steph Curry in the future, but I believe they have the 19th overall pick, so they're not even going to be sniffing the lottery tonight unless they make a trade, maybe shipping off a Kaminga, a Moses Moody, a Jordan Poole, or maybe a Klay Thompson. I don't see that happening. I think Klay retires a Warrior. I think Draymond Green retires a Warrior. But again, these are all questions that won't be answered until the Warriors figure out what they're doing with Bob Myers. I teased some sound from Bobby Marks yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. We don't have time for it, but if you want to hear that podcast, it's available now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app, where we're also live streaming every day with video on Twitch, on YouTube, on KNBR.com. And on the other side, you can see me make the connection with Brian Murphy in studio. I'm filling in for Paulie Mack. It's the Marcus and Murph show on the other side on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I like this. Actually, I noticed this new no face-off Marcus here.
No face-offs.
No face-off. We go right into it, buddy. So, good morning, everybody. We are back. It's day 2 with you, buddy. You, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, El Chico de Agua, El Chico de Silver and Black, El Chico de Jimmy, and Paulie Mac gone again till Thursday. So we're back, and usually I come in around, 5:58.
5:57 on a good day, yeah.
We chop it up, and then around 6:02 we let Dave go. But you got this thing going where you duck out and we start the damn show.
Well, here's the thing. Usually we end the leadoff spot with a little bit of a face-off because, Murph, for 4 hours, usually Paulie Mac is in this chair, and I have to stare at your face through a big glass screen. Not today, not yesterday, not tomorrow. We're going face-to-face for 4 straight hours, so blank the face-off. Murph and Mac, 6 a.m., we're ringing those bells.
This is the face-off.
This is the face-off.
4 straight hours.
4 straight hours of my face and your face. Now live on Livestream, Murph.
Live on Livestream, indeed. Tell people, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, YouTube Livestream. What a trip, seeing ourselves. Still think we got to decorate the back.
Yeah, it's looking boring as hell, Murph.
But we've had some people say, no, they want it to look clean. I'm like, what do you mean clean? We look like Chris Kelly, the great Chris Kelly, Saturday Night Live stage manager for 20 years. Guys knows what he's doing. Mm-hmm. He said, yeah, you guys look like a hostage video.
Yeah, what he said. It doesn't look good. It looks like we're stuffing like a storage container somewhere.
I said, should we urge our government to stop bombing nations here in a hostage video here? Hey, Waterboy, it was a daunting task or a daunting thing to hear this morning when you said when the Waterboy fills in, that means you get 5+ hours. You said of Waterboy.
5+. I'm here all day.
So I guess spill over.
First one in, last one out.
If you like your Marcus, this is the place to be.
This is perfect for you.
So anyway, good morning, everybody. And hey, how about those Giants? Hey, we can officially put the stamp on it as soon as Triple E gets settled over there. I caught pretty much all of it. Way to go, guys. Got a win last night. Beat the Phillies 6-3. Phillies out there dropping the ball.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah,
Did you
bad
go
defense. No, I did not go up. I'm saving myself for Wednesday, the day game.
Yeah, I would like to do that too, but it turns out and it turns out I might have an obligation. Ooh. But I know, I got to get out there for a day game. I haven't been out there yet. I'll be there Friday night. Friday night, if that counts.
Ooh, against the Marlins, right?
Star Wars fireworks night?
See, that's the thing. All right, if I can digress for a minute. We were at the game last week, and they put on the scoreboard, Star Wars Firework Night, May 19th. Mm-hmm. I'm like, didn't they miss the boat on the whole May the 4th be with you thing?
Were they here?
No, I think they're on the road.
They're on the
road. And that's what Triple E was defending them. He was like, they got to do it for the Star Wars fans. I was like, really? Do they?
What does this
mean?
Do
they need to do it 2 weeks later?
Do they need to do it not all yet? Are the fireworks going to form the shape of an Ewok or something? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, right.
Are we going to approximate Princess Leia's face in the sky?
Are we going to get the Death Star up in the air?
Maybe the actual Death Star will come in the fireworks thing. So,
right.
Well, here it is.
Great.
This kid. Well, what are you going to do? There was a time, Waterboy. There was a time.
Not in my life.
Never.
No.
Never went down that road?
I went to a Star Wars party when I was 8 or 9, and I was like, this movie sucks.
I'm out.
And I never watched any of the other ones.
Out. Okay. All right. Listen, I have a
Luke, I am your father.
I have
all that good stuff.
I have a casual relationship with the Star Wars movies. I'll go see them. And I'll walk out, and then I'll go on with my day. That's pretty much it. You know what I mean?
Not like our guy Triple E, who will go to a Star Wars burlesque show.
Well, that's a true story.
Maybe that's the Star Wars content I need in my life.
Maybe you need a little more Star Wars eroticism.
Yeah, a little bit
better
better than the fireworks.
We all ready to put the stamp on this? Is Kai Correa calling Rob Manfred? Because it's only happened 18 times this year. We got to, it's so rare. You got to rummage around the closet. It's like trying to find your tennis racket in the closet. You're like, where's my tennis racket? When's the last time you played tennis, Waterboy?
Oh, never, Murph.
Never? No Star Wars, no tennis?
Here's the thing. I played tennis, not played it, but in PE when you were forced to do it, I would play it. But I've also had Tommy John surgery. And the second highest rated Tommy John surgery, victims are tennis players.
Yeah, you know what?
Right behind baseball players. Number 2, they call it tennis elbow, Murph.
Color today is success. I never knew that.
Oh,
Today's a win.
Swinging a tennis racket
I never knew.
is terrible for your elbow.
Coming in that.
It's one of the worst things you could possibly do.
Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic haven't had Tommy John.
I guess I don't know if they've had quote-unquote tennis elbow surgery or not, but it's pretty much the same thing as Tommy John.
Wow.
Extremely common in the tennis
elbow
world.
is Tommy John.
Yeah, so ever since I had TJ, I was like, no chance I'm ever swinging a tennis racket again.
What about, you familiar with the phrase tennis anyone? You ever heard that one?
No.
Okay, all right, never mind. Hey, let me know when you got it there, Triples. He doesn't have it. Unbelievable. Well, we'll continue on and do it and lay out the groundwork for today. And it's the NBA lottery tonight. Remember those days when the Warriors were in that thing every stinking year? Don Nelson and Jason Richardson, guys would go back and do their thing.
And James Wiseman.
Well, he got drafted, but I was talking about they used to send reps out for it for this night, for this lottery night. So shout out Victor Wembanyama, the 7'3", as LeBron called him, an alien. Alien. I just watched my ESPN thing to catch up on it. The three teams with the highest rated chances of getting him: Houston, San Antonio, and Detroit, and then Charlotte and Portland. What's best for the NBA? Which one of those 5 is best for the NBA?
San Antonio.
Because of Pop?
I think so.
But how long's Pop going to keep doing this?
I don't know why he would still stick around. Like, I said the same thing a year or two ago when they started trading away DeJounte Murray, and I think it was a year ago my take was the Spurs will be the winners of the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes. We'll see tonight, Murph.
Is Pop's whole thing like, I got nothing else to do, I'm just going to keep doing this?
He's just hanging around. And I guess he's waiting for another superstar. Hanging around.
I don't know. If he gets Wembanyama, how long will he coach him?
That's a great question.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Houston, maybe James Harden goes back there. I don't know. The place where Hakeem Olajuwon and Yao Ming played. Detroit, where James Wiseman and Wembanyama, the W brothers, lead you to a championship.
Yeah.
How about Charlotte?
Yeah,
that'd be a tough one.
Doesn't really move the needle.
I'll take Portland. Send them up to the Northwest.
How about the Dallas Mavericks being rewarded for them tanking the last couple games of the season?
Well, what's their percentage?
They have like a 3% chance. They're all the way down at the bottom because they were the last team to not make the playoffs.
So you're saying there's a chance?
So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah. Mark Cuban protesting those games against the Warriors might finally pay off tonight.
Luka and Wembanyama?
That'd be pretty sick.
That'd be incredible. Yeah, let me see it. If you're going to go all the way down, here's a team, Oklahoma City. If they got him, they got a 1.7.
That would be nice.
Chicago has a 1.8. Washington 6.7, Utah 4.5. These teams are all on the table for him. Mm-hmm. By the way, they say the kid who goes second, even though he's not the 7'3" alien, is every bit the game changer. Scoot Henderson.
Scoot,
yeah, who's now formed a media alliance with Steph Curry.
So I was trying to figure it out. Is that like a business deal they're doing, or Steph's like the big brother? He's a mentor for him now.
I got something for you here. I read something about it. He's like going to use here it is. He's going to use. He's going to align himself with Curry's unanimous media, the Curry brand, and underrated golf and basketball. I don't know what that means.
Me neither. I'm hoping it means he can align himself on the Warriors roster next year,
It's a strategic alliance that will help him in basketball, media, and social impact.
I said the same thing when I joined the Murph and Max show.
Exactly, buddy.
It's a strategic alliance.
And we formed a strategic alliance with Triple E. So, hey, Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, you guys still in the league? Because I see you guys in the power rankings. You're down there between 20 and 30. You're kind of dull. And Kai Correa said, why don't you just pipe down, suit, start worrying about your pitch clock, and put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 6, Philadelphia Phillies 3.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Wait.
Just potty down.
This is like taking your kid out driving for the first time, giving this kid keys over there. Did you not train the young Jedi well?
We got the endless loop.
What happened to the spatula and the boat and all that?
Ding, 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 ding. This is unbelievable.
What, you didn't train the young Jedi?
I thought I did, but then again, I don't know. The force has turned against me.
Why don't you just tell him right now over the air where to find it?
I'll give you a little bochi.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Very, very good.
That's from your boy, Murph.
And then you got a spatula too?
I don't have it on my board. That's got to come from Triple E.
Ding,
ding, ding, ding, ding. I can't.
Do I even dare ask for a home run at this point?
Oh, bring it to me. I got you covered, Murph.
How about this? Michael Conforto, number 8.
Bombs away.
Hey, Mikey Conforto has hit. It's 4 homers in his last 6 games.
He's starting to heat up.
And he's hit 381 over his last 6 games. So, and by the way, one last trivia bit for you. As I was driving down Broadway, interstate, you were saying I-280, I-280 and all that. I don't think 280 is an interstate. I believe it's only in the state of California.
Oh.
So these are the numbers of the Dwight Eisenhower-led interstate freeway system, like I-10 that goes from coast to coast.
Okay.
I-80 that goes from coast to coast.
Thank you for informing me, because I hear Krukow say it all the time.
So the I in interstate stands for the 1 in the 100. Got it?
Okay, now it makes sense.
So like if you go from New York to San Francisco, you're on I-80, or you're hitting 180.
Yeah.
Or if you go from L.A. to Florida, you're on I-10, you're hitting 110.
Or I-5 if you're going up to Oregon or Washington.
Yeah, you're hitting
right?
105.
There you go.
Yeah, you're hitting a buck 05.
105.
So there you go.
There's the interstate.
The interstate. I do believe the Eisenhower administration. I do believe. Okay, guys. Our Giants won. We got a guest list coming our way. We got a lottery tonight. The Warriors are still out of the playoffs, unfortunately.
Yeah, that ain't changing.
I see people saying Ann Kelly with a big column today. Is the punch the reason? Do you think the punch was the reason?
I don't know. I thought it was them losing 30 games on the road this year.
Well, did they lose games on the road because of the punch?
Maybe. Those are the questions.
Did the punch help?
It definitely didn't.
Okay, all
it
right.
definitely changed something with Jordan Poole.
We'll get going here and get you the guest list on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Walter pitches. Swing. There's a high drive down the left field line, deep into the corner. Slicing. It is back there, and goodbye! A home run! Michael Conforto down the left field line, past the 339 marker, and that's a 3-run big fly to the opposite field. And now the Giants lead 4-2.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
That's what you call your boy on the comeback trail. That's what you call Triple E on the comeback trail. So good morning, everybody. It is the Murphy Mac Show, but of course a little bit of a shuffle today and tomorrow as Paulie Mac is back in Jersey, New York City, actually, technically, at his stepdaughter's graduation. Congratulations to Olivia. Columbia, don't you know? Shout out the Ivy League degree. My goodness. But with the shuffle, Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. El Chico de Agua, is in here.
Mm-hmm.
Shout him out on the screen right now. He's on your screen. Say hi, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
But that means Triple E. You got to say number one, too. Woo, number one.
Number one.
Triple E is back behind the glass. That's our kid, Eric. And with Triple E, sometimes things, the ball bounces funny.
Yeah.
And so during our Giants official stamp, thank you very much, we had a little sideways turn. He didn't quite have the right package ready, so to speak. And he just came back with the right package.
Yeah, Murph, as I like to say, we call him Triple E because he's good for at least 3 years a show.
Oh, that's pretty good.
There's number one. Good. There's number one. We'll keep track for you.
Phillies were out there dropping it last night.
Yeah, was that Triple E out in right field or Nick Castellanos?
I know. How about that? By the way, that's not an error because he gets an out on that play.
Yeah, dude,
how about that?
That's terrible.
So think about this, kids, for your official scoring. So runner at first, fly ball to right, can of corn.
Yeah.
Can of corn. And by the way, huge moment in the Murphy household last night because little Rory hasn't been Declan's a little more sports crazy than Rory. Rory's there, but just Declan's wants to be Stephen A. You know, like James McCaffrey wants to be Stephen A. All the kids today want to be Stephen A. But Rory's kind of coming along, and I wasn't watching when Castellanos dropped that. And I hear him go, oh! And I said, what happened? He said, oh, Castellanos just dropped a can of corn.
Nice.
I was like, whoa.
The kid knows.
I said, okay.
Dropping a can of corn on you.
That was a little step forward.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a little step forward.
He's talking baseball now.
We still got a long way to go.
Great job, brother.
But Castellanos does drop a can of corn. It was it's an easy fly ball. But because Tyro Estrada on first doesn't, it's a can of corn, so he only has, a quarter of a lead or halfway.
Yeah.
So when Castellanos drops it, he has plenty of time to pick it up and throw to second for the force. Therefore, it goes down as a fielder's choice.
I think they actually changed it and turned it into a sac fly.
Because a runner scored on that?
Yes. Which confuses me even more.
Does he still not get the error then? Because that run should count. But didn't all the Giants' runs were unearned last night, right?
They were, that's correct.
Which is kind of nutty, right? Let's see, errors.
Because all came
they
after
only
that.
charged Bryson Stott with the error. That's it.
That's it.
How about Castellanos ducking an error on that?
How does that make sense?
You tell me,
That's why I hate the error stat. It's so objective. Or not even objective. Subjective, I should say, is the right word to use. Like, how many times have we seen, like, a center fielder run in for a line drive, and then he loses it in the sun, so it goes over his head, but, he didn't touch it, so it's not an error.
Well, as an old pitcher, I know you hate that.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Well,
if you touch the ball and you don't make the play, it's an error.
So what's your rule on errors? Like, I know an error when I see one kind of thing?
100%.
That's it.
And I'm always in favor of the pitchers.
What about a fly ball lost in the sun?
That's their fault. Put your glove up.
Is that an error?
Yes. If you drop it, if you touch it, if you lose the ball in the sun, that's on you.
Okay.
You got sunglasses. You can put your hand up. You're telling me a big league outfielder doesn't have to live?
What if you're the outfielder? You, Marcus Boucher, the water boy. You're in right field. Fly ball, you lose it in the sun.
You know what I do? I take one for the team. I say, that's my pitcher. I got his back. Put that error on me, not that earn and run.
That's a good teammate right there.
I got to take care of my guys on the bump, Murph.
You're such a good teammate. You got to do some other stuff, too.
That's why I'll tell you that the Murph and Mac Show has a great teammate in Redwood Credit Union. You can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodc.u.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA, Murph.
There you go. 916 says, we got Jar Jar Binks steering the ship today. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good text from 916.
The ship's going down.
Hey, before we get the guest list, just a little bit non-Giants, because we are going to talk a lot of Giants today, obviously, because we didn't, I think Marcus and I were talking, like, yesterday, obviously all Warriors, and we'll still continue to be heavy Warriors, including today. Like Marcus Thompson came on yesterday with, he was either Papa and Lund or Tolbert and Cope, so P&L. And then today we have Mark Spears, not to give away the guest list just yet. Like to hold that surprise. Like
spoiler alert, Murph.
But, so yeah, of course we'll talk Warriors. And, John Hollinger with a savage piece in The Athletic about how the Warriors are heading the wrong direction and all that stuff. But there's other stuff going on, including the conference finals start tonight. I want to gauge the Marcus meter on your level of interest, because like are you out? You pushing your chips in? Forget it. The Warriors are out. I'm done. I'm not watching Lakers Nuggets. Or are you like, I'm in because I want LeBron to go down, or just I'm in because I love the great game of basketball?
As of right now, this morning, I can tell you I didn't wake up excited like, I can't wait for the Lakers and Nuggets series, because I'm still a little pissed off, to be honest with you. I'm still not happy about seeing LeBron move on to the finals. I'm still not happy about the Splash Brothers going cold in the last 3 games of the series. But by the time tip-off starts tonight, I'll probably have 1 or 2 wagers on the game.
Okay,
and Murph,
there you go.
Murph, I'll be right back in.
Your wager.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
a big one, too. By the way, you said that the Splash Brothers went cold.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you guys a little John Hollinger in The Athletic. Hollinger's a great basketball writer, right? He's written a lot of stuff. A couple of riffs here he has here. He says, Jordan Poole coming off a series where he was nigh unplayable. How about that phrase? Nigh, N-I-G-H. Nigh unplayable. Is about to see his salary bump from a great value, 3.9, to a potential liability, 28.2.
Yeah.
Hollinger writes, ready for this savage line, comma, presuming his $500,000 incentive for winning Defensive Player of the Year doesn't kick in.
Oh, yeah, you don't say, John.
Oh. Savage.
Yeah, I think the Warriors can count those dollars.
And
Murph.
then he wrote this line, too. This is out there. He says, Klay Thompson is set to make $43 million next year, despite being, at this point, a pretty average player.
Oh, come on.
Hold that, haters!
Who was low-key brutal for much of the playoffs. Do you agree with that assessment?
I would agree. I think when you look big picture at Klay's season, we talked about it yesterday, him getting over 300 3-pointers for the first time in his career. Combining his postseason numbers, he's only the second player ever to have 500 3-pointers. But we're all going to remember those final 3 games. We're going to remember Klay shooting some ill-advised shots. And we're going to remember the Splash Brothers going cold. That's going to be the takeaway from this postseason.
Splash Brothers, as that kid called us yesterday, Danny from Richmond called them the Trash Brothers. I was like, come on,
that's harsh,
Steph
man.
and Klay
Come
like
on.
that?
They've won us 4 titles.
I know. So anyway, Lakers-Denver tonight. I do have the Murph meter, not the Marcus meter.
Ooh, the Murph meter.
Is revving at about a 5 on a scale of 1 to 10. Of course, it's conference finals, so I'm most interested.
Yeah.
Of course, I am heavily disincentivized that the Warriors are out. But I am hugely rooting for the Denver Nuggets, as you guys know.
100%.
I know this new KNBR Insta where they clip clips and put them on. A couple have made my anti-Laker stuff has made the rants. I really dislike them.
You're moving the needle, man.
I don't. Well, not really. I have to read the comments. The needle's moving away from me. But anyway, the point being is that I frickin' hate the Lakers with all of my life and soul and heart, and I want them to lose very badly. And so, and I like Jokic, quite frankly. Yes. I like what he brings to the table. I like Mike Malone as Brian Sabian. Would you say a Denver Nugget advancement, though, is awful for the culture?
Nuggets.
Is it bad for the culture if the Nuggets advance because they mean nothing to anybody except for the great skinny Sammy Hustis, our prolific and awesome digital guy here at KNBR.com.
That's it, Murph. I know you like to play the clip of you being a Warriors fan and the game show host saying, yeah, you and 3 other people. When I think
Chris Berman.
When I think about the Denver Nuggets, I think about Sammy Hustis and the 3 other fans they have.
And that's
Nuggets.
So the long pause. You and 3 other people.
You and Sammy Hustis.
So I mean, so it is bad for the culture if the Nuggets advance.
It's bad for the league. It's bad for the NBA.
Yeah. It's very daunting to think that Adam Silver is fixing this thing to make sure the Lakers make the finals.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's like, even though we don't want to throw the conspiracy theories out there, the NBA has to be licking their chops at the potential matchup between the Lakers and the Celtics in the NBA Finals.
Did you see the Warriors-Lakers number? Most watched Western Conference semi since 2011. Mm-hmm. So 12 years. There's, it's been a decade since they've had this kind of interest.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it's just, you don't have to really do the math. The NBA wants the Lakers in the finals. Now, I'd like the Nuggets in the finals.
So would I.
2 things are coming to a head here. The NBA and millions of dollars, and me wanting the Nuggets. So
Nuggets.
I'm going with me. Hopefully this is being played on the up and up, and the Nuggets can go ahead and win this series. Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, Mike Malone, Michael Porter Jr., go Nugs.
Now, Murph, I will ask you, are you surprised that the odd makers have this as such a close series? The Denver Nuggets are only a minus 145 favorite to win it all.
No, I think right now because if AD plays to his full potential, the Lakers are a totally different team. Mm-hmm. Just that he hasn't played to his full potential except for this Warriors series. And so if he awakens, Lakers could easily win the series.
Mm-hmm, but
easily.
Do you think he's going to show up and show out versus Nikola Jokic?
I hope not, but I think that's where the odds makers are coming from.
Mm-hmm, I think that's the key match.
So anyway, that's tonight at 5:30 on KNBR 1050. All right, guest list, Triple E on a Tuesday, 5/16/23, May 16th. Supposed to be a little bit of a warm one today. I have been invited to play golf in the East Bay today, and my host, shout out Jim Ernest, Provident Credit Union, said it's going to be a scorcher. So I brought the short pants. Don't wear them to work, though, Waterboy. I got to draw the line there. Although other radio hosts will go. I should stand up right now and show everybody. Yeah, we're going long pants here. Long pants.
I mean, that's the thing. We have this little cutout head of Tom Tolbert. I feel like we could just put shorts on the bottom of it, and it would be his everyday outfit.
When you're Tolbert, you can pull that off.
That's the afternoon boys.
If I was in here in the short pants, it'd be a tough deal.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I'll be out there in this scorching heat today, scraping it around the golf course. What do we got today, Waterboy?
All right, starting off at 7:35, your power hour begins with Dwayne Kuiper talking about Michael Conforto heating up and Casey Schmidt making his MLB debut at second base, Murph.
So the kid has now played 3 positions, which I don't see as a net. Like, I kind of get miffed when Gabe just sticks Blake Sable in left field or
on opening day.
Yeah, exactly. David Villar at second base, or just thinking defense is so unimportant that you can put anybody anywhere. Mm-hmm. But Schmidt's different.
Yes,
like he has the ability.
He's got the Gold Glove in the minor leagues.
Did you see the little slide to the right on the Harper ground ball?
That was a sick play. Yeah,
and then he kind of juggled it. He's got the arm to make up for any position disadvantage in the infield.
And that's the thing. If he's throwing 92 from second base, watch out Lamont Wade.
I was going to say, Wade's got a catcher's mitt over there, doesn't
exactly,
he? That was pretty awesome. So, and I can't get over his 2 more knocks.
2 more knocks.
What's he doing?
I think it's 5 of his first 7 games. He's got multi-hit performances.
And you know what's incredible? Still, anything you do, somebody else did it. Yep. Jimmy Davenport still has more. And then the 6 extra base hits in his first 7 games. Oh, my God, has it ever been done? Yes. Willie McCovey did it in 1959. But still, this is the level he's on. He's on
good company for Casey Schmidt. Exactly. We'll talk to Kuiper all about it, 7:35. Then we'll get into our big hit at 8 a.m., checking in on the first 41 games of the Giants season. We'll do a little cooler of content. Then how about at 8:35? Pat the Bat Burrow is coming on to join the program. Talk a little Giants prospects with us and talk Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, he's so good, too. He'll just tell you how it is. Mm-hmm. He's a good conversation, too. Bellarmine guy, Paul. Yeah. Marcus.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to South Bay. Shout out Pat the Bat. And shout out Mark Spears joining us at 9:15 today to continue the Warriors talk and what's going to go on with the Warriors dynasty.
I mean, if you read the Hollinger, man, it's He says RIP 2 tracks is what he said. I mean, the double timeline.
Yeah, that timeline's over.
He said it's a lot harder than it looks, and as it turns out, the odds of any draft pick turning into the next Steph Curry are vanishingly small. So he said, the Warriors tanked to get the number 2 and the number 7, and neither of those players played in the playoffs any significant minutes. I mean, Kuminga played garbage time.
Yeah.
So all that stuff to talk about. So the Warriors still remain a very, very live topic, but of course, we want to spend a little time talking about the Giants at the quarter pole. 41 games in, how you guys are feeling at 18 and 23. The text line is 415-808-KNBR. We've been taking calls during the big hit at 808-KNBR. And it's the Murph and Mac Show with Marcus Boucher, the Waterboy, in for Paulie Mac on a Tuesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. The freaking Lakers! What are they doing?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think it's less that I or anybody else saw it coming and more just a general confidence that good hitters will hit. We talked a little bit about Yaz having some struggles in spring training, but having good at-bats, and they came out, and those at-bats turned into hits and extra base hits, walks, and it's kind of similar with Conforto. He's been a little off on his timing at times during the early stages of this season, but for the most part, as I mentioned to Alex, mechanically sound swing, the ability to drive the ball to all fields, good swing decisions, and it's just a matter of time for hitters like that.
I mean, that's all cool and all, but you guys know me. I'm twisted in the head. All I can hear there is that he's still doing that in the dugout. I got to tell you, man, I got to find some sort of spiritual peace with this because it pisses me off. It really pisses me off. And I've had Sluss and Bagley say, it's all right. We can deal with it. And I'm like, no, it's not all right. Because thank you. And then they say, well, the answer was they don't have room. The nerds took over the interview room.
Blame the nerds.
As Andrew Bagley told us, blame the nerds. Blame the nerds. You can still do it in Gabe's office. Gabe doesn't want him in the office?
Yeah, come on, Gabe.
It's my sanctuary.
Come on. What about us, Gabe? What about us guys on radio who need the clean audio so I don't get all that ambient noise in the background?
Yeah, jeez, man. And I'm just, I think it's a disrespect to the beat writer. I don't know. That's just me.
That's an uninformed take.
Thank you very much. That's why he and I made eye contact when I was sitting down in the Larry Bear seats. And then he looked away, and I think he was like, what is this jabroni a-hole doing in my eye contact vision right now?
Right, I'm surprised he didn't toss you.
I was like, hi, I'm right here.
Hey, Gabe.
Think he's watching the live stream right now?
Probably. I think he's a big live stream guy.
On KNBR.com and on the KNBR app and on YouTube, live stream KNBR and Twitch and all that. Here you can see us. Somebody said, by the way, you were tipping pitches on the guest list because you can see the guest list in big print.
Yeah, I saw that text too. Shout out, who was the 310?
360, I think it was.
360 says I was tipping pitches like, the Toronto Blue Jays last night.
Oh, my God. 916 says, hey, Murph, he did it in the dugout in Arizona, so what's the excuse there? 916, I'm 3,000% with you. I saw that in Arizona, pissed me off all over again. It's a way for him to control the media and to truncate and shorten the conversations because nobody wants to hang out in that dugout with guys bringing vacuum cleaners through and sweeping up seeds.
You hear the seagulls coming in to eat all the leftovers.
And it's like, you got to get out of there. And so that's his way of controlling the... So anyway, I probably should just move on. Thank you very much.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
Ouch! All right, guys. Okay, just a quick check of the Cache Creek text line because we are wondering what you guys are saying on a Tuesday morning. 408 says, hey, once Haniger gets his bat going and if Conforto continues swinging it well, we'll be in good shape. Schmidt has brought good vibes and could be in the All-Star game. Wow! Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. Waterboy is an old starting pitcher. What did you think last night about taking Alex Wood out with 4 2/3?
I didn't love it, but I know they're keeping him on a strict pitch count. It was his first start since April 19th, but come on. Can't we go 5 innings, Murph?
Can't we give him a chance to get one more out?
Come on, one more out. That's all I need.
And it's not about him seeking personal stats. It's about rewarding your players and kind of honoring sort of the culture of the game.
And trusting your guys to go a third time through the lineup.
Exactly.
Even though the analytics tell you it's a bad idea.
It was really, Alex Wood, FP Santangelo tweeted last night. You see the tweet?
No, I did not.
He said, back in my day, there would have been a fight. And here, let me read the exact quote for you because I don't want to get it wrong. Here, he said, let me see. He says, back in the old days, if you took a pitcher out with a 4-run lead after 4 2/3 staring straight at a win, there would be a fight in the dugout or the tunnel. Now, it's just part of the game.
But that's the thing. Alex Wood didn't look too happy about it, immediately getting taken off. And I know he talked about it post-game and said, it's the big picture stuff. It was my first start back. But
he was taking one for the team there.
Those are the answers you have to give.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I didn't like it, Murph.
925 says, hey, Murph, baseball isn't baseball anymore. We got to move on. Meaning, I guess, that's the way it is. But I thought even for you, your generation, Waterboy, if that even affected you. I mean, the win, I know the win isn't the win anymore, but it's something. You know what I mean? It's something. It's a day's work for Alex Wood to go home and say, I got a W for the team today.
And he gave his team a chance to win.
How about this? We're talking about you wanting to change errors and how you assign errors. How about how we change how we assign wins?
I agree.
How about if we go ahead and give him the win anyway?
It makes no sense who got the win yesterday, by the way. It must have been Scott Alexander coming in. Yeah, Scott Alexander goes an inning and a third. He gets the win. Despite the fact that he came in with a 6-run lead already.
That helps his arbitration.
They were up 6-2,
Helps his arbitration case. But so, I mean, yes, obviously the assigning of the win is kind of arbitrary and outdated when you don't give it to the guy who went 4 2/3. Maybe that's something they need to look at.
Maybe they got better numbers in the analytic crowd. I don't know.
Of course, if they do that, then you'll get more guys being taken out with 4 2/3 there, too. 209 says 51 or 49. Which number out of 100 better represents how much Gabe respects the journalists? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. By the way, when I mentioned the Nuggets, some Nugget cultures checking in. Some people going, Chris Jackson. Remember him? Chris Jackson at LSU.
Nuggets.
Mahmoud Abdul Rauf. And then the original Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, Carmelo playing with Allen Iverson back in the day with the Nuggets.
AI
on the Nuggets.
For the culture, but I'm going to go ahead and rally around. I mean, was it good for the culture when the Warriors? I mean, the Warriors weren't perceived as a marquee club, a marquee franchise when Curry and all them did that.
And that's the thing. The Nuggets aren't a faceless franchise. Nikola is the back-to-back MVP. I know Joel Embiid won it this year, but this is one of those guys that we're talking about maybe being one of the faces of the NBA, Murph.
Yeah. And so, you could build around him as a star for sure. But we definitely know that the NBA, where the NBA is for sure on this.
Yeah, you're not getting Kim Kardashian and Phil sitting courtside up in Denver.
916 coming in for the personal one. He goes, I agree, Murph. These dugout interviews are low class. It also bothers me when hosts don't do shows from the studio. I had to read that one out loud just to kind of address the elephant in the room.
Where you see?
916 says, I think they've been fun to watch so far, have they?
Giants?
He says, but hard to get too excited when the back end of the rotation are automatic L's. See?
That's a problem.
That is the big problem. And if I was going to say the big thing, the Giants at the quarter pole, it would be that the free agent signings have not delivered in the first 40 games. And that's on Farhan. You know, he says, we think we have something in Minaya. We think we have something in Stripling. Well, you don't.
No.
You don't have something.
I haven't seen anything in the first 41 from either of those guys.
Now, do you have something in Conforto? Looking more likely.
Exactly. That's the hope. And I guess that begs the question, are you optimistic after seeing these struggles that these guys will eventually turn it around because they are veterans? Or are they what they are on the back of their baseball card and a reason why the Giants were able to get him on 1-2 year player options?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. There's still time for sure. And you see it with Conforto. He's coming around.
Yeah.
925 says, does anyone look happier to be on a baseball field than Casey Schmidt?
Dude, that smile.
He had the biggest grin at the end of the game last night. He brings a youthful energy.
I'm telling you, the way he wears his hat makes me crack up every time. I don't know why.
I know.
He's got the headband on.
It's like he barely puts it on. It's like he forgot. He looks like something out of the Sandlot.
It does. It looks like a Little Leaguer who got his first Little League hat. Yeah.
It's really good, man. Really good. 530 says, who ends up with Mike Brown in sack, Clay or Dre?
Ooh.
What do you think?
I'm not going into that.
Yeah. I'm not going into that.
There you go. There you go. All right, guys. 650 says, did he drop a trombone on his big? I don't understand what that says.
In reference to DiScofani dropping a piano bench on him?
Yeah, but what's the trombone?
I don't know.
559 says, far be it for me to defend Kapler, but perhaps the dugout is a very sound health and safety protocol. I don't know about that.
No, I don't think so.
I'm going to go with that one, too. 925 says, I just viewed the live stream. Murph, you're quite dapper today. There we go. Something positive.
Nice, Murph.
Oh, my God.
Nice.
Because all I've heard is negative.
Be positive, bro.
And how about Jordan Poole to the Wizards for Kyle Kuzma?
I don't know.
What team would take
Kuzma
on...
going to solve the problems?
Do you think if you're a team... is there an NBA team out there going, damn, Jordan Poole's on the market? I go get him. Is there at that contract? Or would you be insane to take on that contract?
I think there's going to be somebody out there. It seems like there's always at least one buyer. If you're the Phoenix Suns and you're trying to get rid of DeAndre Ayton, do you call it for Jordan Poole? If you're the New York Knicks and you want to move Julius Randle after his playoff performance,
so what are
you call it the Warriors?
Yeah. I mean, 29 other teams with that scoring potential and that youth and that quickness and that handle. He's got, although sometimes the handle goes out of bounds.
Yeah.
But A, huge defensive liability. B, turnovers, huge problem. Now, the thing is, I was talking to a buddy, he could easily grow into a different type player in the next couple of years. He could easily. I mean, I think I saw a Kerr quote saying, there's no way 2 years is any way to allow an NBA player to flourish. I mean, look at Steph, actually.
Exactly.
I mean, my gosh.
I mean, look at the defensive improvements alone that Steph has had. Then you throw in his ball handles, driving to the basket, and how much he has evolved over the years.
The actual physical body.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Put on size. Put on about 10, 15 pounds of lean muscle.
Have you guys seen a picture of Steph in the old We Believe unis in the 2010 era? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You'd be like, no, seriously. You'd say, no, seriously, show me a picture of Steph.
Yeah, that's not him.
They're like, that's Steph. No, stop joking. Show me Steph.
I would have thought that was Seth Curry.
That's just
the third Curry brother or something.
I mean, Jordan Poole in 4 years could be strong, ripped, buff, disciplined, improved defensively.
Yeah.
So all that out there when you ponder moving him. And he comes back and haunts you like tonight's starting pitcher for the Phillies, Zach Wheeler.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe he's still going. They traded him in 2011.
Yeah, dude, and he's one of the better pitchers in the National League.
And I will ride with Sabian on that one. At that point in time, if you guys remember the euphoria of the 2010 World Series and how the 2011, the Giants were in the mix, even with Buster getting blown up by Scott Cousins, they were heavily in the mix, and he made the move to go get Carlos flippin' Beltran, who some people think is a Hall of Famer. And he traded Zach Wheeler to do it. And I said, he's going, let's go. And then it just didn't work out.
Yeah, but at least you put your chips on the table. You went all in.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
You're here to win.
Farhan has done nothing of the sort since.
No.
He's made no big, bold moves.
He's been holding his cards tight to his chest.
He would say to you, I don't have any cards to play or something. So anyway, we'll continue it. Hey, want to remind you guys that more basketball talk. David Aldridge joins Papa and Lund today at 11:30 to discuss the end of the Warriors season and potentially the end of the dynasty. We shall see. And we will have our own version of that with Mark Spears at 9:15. Spears coming in. We'll see if he has any savage lines like Hollinger saying, yeah, this is Jordan Poole's salary, provided he doesn't win $500,000 for Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. But hey, if Jordan Poole does win that $500,000, maybe he should call up Redwood Credit Union because they sponsor the Murph and Mac Show, and you can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA.
By the way, we have some texts coming in saying, what do you guys think of that Giants crowd last night?
Oh.
It's listed at 23,819. You got a do you have a Kyle Shanahan?
Really?
Thank you. Or you have the one Dave plays for Waterboy? No, I don't see any scenario of that.
No scenario of that. But hey, at least it's better than the crowd that was in Oakland last night, Murph.
You said September 5th, 1979, their lowest crowd since?
2,064 people, Murph.
That would have been your boy's 12th birthday.
Oh, were you in the building, Murph?
My mom and dad said, guess what, Bri? We're going to see the A's.
Celebrate good
That song wasn't even out yet.
Oh,
it
God.
wasn't even out yet. I think it was 1980. I'm pretty sure.
Nice.
Pretty sure it was 80. And they used it in 81 with Billy Ball. But I will tell you guys a story. In 1978, so I was a big newspaper kid, right? And certain things stick in your head from newspapers. And we subscribed to the San Francisco Examiner. Dude, ready for this? The A's played the Mariners in 78. The Mariners were only in their second year, so they were nothing.
Yeah.
And the A's were nothing. It was right after they blew up the whole team. And there was a picture on the front page of the Examiner sports page. It says, tonight's attendance, 653. The A's and Mariners, thank you.
653 total?
653. None of them dancing to this.
No. There is no celebrating. There's no song like you just said.
653.
That's bad, man.
So multiple people saying last night, Giants well under 20. They're still announcing 23, and I love my guy Russ Stanley. He's got to do what he's got to do, but the real number is, let's be, as the great Mike Corleone said, oh, really, Kay, who's being naive? All right?
I understand.
All right, there you go. Well, you would know because you haven't seen The Godfather, right?
No, I have not.
Yeah,
only bits and pieces,
We gotta get you
which
going
Paulie
on
Mac
that.
hates.
We got to get you going on that.
No Star Wars, no Godfather.
All right. Okay, so like we said, the Giants at the quarter pole. There's some talk. Crawford talked last night. Of course, Gabe in the dugout, he's talking too. And you guys too. Where you guys feel? Do you think a wild card is reasonable? Do you think Conforto and Haniger can heat up and take these guys? Is Casey Schmidt going to be the engine that turns this thing around? Do you want Kyle Harrison to come up to the back end of the rotation? And if so, what do you do with Minaya and Stripling? All sorts of questions to address on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm still here, and don't change. Still here.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Murph and Mac on the Sports Leader.
So 2 down, and here is Trey Turner, and he hits a pop-up, first base side. Wade over near the Phillies dugout. He's under it. He's got it. And with Bryce Harper standing in the on-deck circle, the game is over.
Giants do it last night. We put the official stamp on it earlier. For only the 18th time this year, they get a 6-3 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. Boy, the Phillies, that's a tough situation there. They had high expectations, the Phillies did. They are currently 20-21.
Yeah.
Early days for them, though. You take their roster.
100%.
You take Trey Turner and Bryce Harper.
And Bryce Harper making his return from Tommy John surgery in less than 6 months.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw what inspired the brawl because did you see it finally? It was the Colorado reliever taunting the Philly bench.
Apparently he stuck his tongue out at the bench, right?
And was doing a very dramatic clap of his glove at them like, yeah, like I got you. And then Harper just snapped.
And he lost his mind.
Yeah. I appreciate it though. I like the red ass in Harper. I do.
Maybe he had flashbacks to Hunter Strickland being on the mound.
Yeah. Give me some red ass. You know what I mean? I'll take it, right? And are you with me? Or nobody with me on this?
No, I'm with you. And he's kind of one of those guys that I remember because me and Bryce Harper are the same age. I remember being in high school and seeing him on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I had buddies who played against him out in tournaments out in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And they said he was a red ass back then. When he was 16 years old.
Do you appreciate that in a baseball player?
I do. And like I always love the Madison Bumgarner quote where he talks about, let the kids play. Well, let him play too. Let there be two different styles of play because, Murph, we all know styles make fights.
One of your best riffs ever there, buddy. That was really good. I liked everything you said there, buddy. And I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm a red ass myself. I like a good red ass. I don't know. I do. I like the competitive fire. I like guys caring. And, does it piss off some people? Does it whatever? Yeah, like you just said it. I can't add anything what you just said.
Whatever. Just give me the ball.
Let those kids do their thing and let Bumgarner and Harper do their thing.
Like if Randy Rosarena wants to stare down the Yankee dugout, that's fine, but you're also going to catch one in the ribs.
Yeah, exactly.
That's baseball.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, so it's funny. I mean, I got a text from overnight Dave. He listens. Driving down, and because I said on the way back, I said, where are you guys with the Giants? Are you thinking wild card? OD with his voice text, because it comes in no punctuation, all lowercase, pump the blank and brakes. They're a half game ahead of the Rockies for last place.
Wow.
Which is true, guys.
Overnight Dave, he hit you with the Derek Carr.
Pump that back a little bit.
He did, big time.
Pump that back a little bit, Murph.
And where did Overnight Dave stand on the Derek Carr trade, by the way? Or
He
the
wasn't
release,
too
I should
happy
say.
either. He's in the camp with me. He's not a big fan of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Man, you guys. Well, I'm looking forward to your good fortune with the great
Here's the
Jimmy
thing,
G.
Murph. I'm really not interested in anything the Raiders are doing this year. And that includes maybe bringing in Tom Brady as a potential owner.
Wait a minute, you're turning your back on the Raiders?
For the first time in my life, I'm more upset ever. Like, I'm more upset with the Raiders now than when they left Oakland, I think.
This is huge.
Yeah.
I need to plumb this deeper. Can we, first of all, lure you over with some catnip, lure you over to the red and the gold, buddy?
Hey, all I'm saying is that me and Greg Papa showed up to the sports leader and the 49ers side at the same time back in 2019, and the Niners have been pretty good since.
Look, guy's got a John Brody jersey on over here. I'm loving this. This is fantastic.
Not quite yet, Murph.
So we talk about Leo the Lion Nomalini. Do you want to get down the level? Bob St. Clair?
I'm not going into that, Murph.
Hugh McElhaney, the king? We can go down the road, buddy. Yeah, I loved McElhaney. So, yeah, well, come on over. And by the way, we'll do some Niners later on. Steve Wilkes talked, and we haven't checked in on the Niners since they started doing this rookie minicamp. So, new D coordinator. We should probably hear from him around 7:20, something like that. So, we'll get into that. But right now, like I said, the Giants. And P1 Chuck, by the way, did stick up for Farhan. He goes, I know, he said, listen, I'm no Farhan defender, but you said he never made a move. He did go get Chris Bryant.
True.
That is true. I will stand down on that one in particular. So he did go get Chris Bryant and then let him walk, which actually looks... I mean, listen, Farhan's not all bad. He's made some good moves in letting some people go. Bumgarner turned out to be right. Chris Bryant turned out to be right. Dare we say Rodon?
Yeah, that's the thing. He hasn't even thrown a pitch yet.
Oh, man.
He's got chronic back issues, Murph. That's not the chronic I'm looking for.
No.
Not at all.
No, you do support one chronic.
Yeah, it's just not chronic back issues.
Oh boy,
Thank
that
you.
one right there. So,
you.
if you do, I can't even believe I'm going to do this. I know you guys are going to heckle me, but why not? Let's have some fun. There is a wild card tab on the standings.
Wild card, Murph.
And the Giants right now are 2 out in the wild card. In the mix, baby.
There they are.
Yes, it is. Only 2 out, and you know who's in the mix? The Phillies.
I have no idea who is.
Right now, the Phillies and the Marlins are tied for the 3rd wild card.
It's a big series today.
Big week.
Giants got to win the series.
Marlins come in after that.
That's right.
So we got the 2 teams ahead of them. All right. So, by the way, today you got Alex Cobb. That's win day today.
Yeah, but if Zach Wheeler has something to say about it.
Well, he's got to go against Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's a great pitching matchup tonight.
Yeah, and Conforto.
Yeah.
Who's heating up.
Red hot Conforto.
Okay, so Giants at the quarter pole. That's what we're trying to talk about today a little bit because obviously the Warriors have dominated everything for the last several weeks. They dominated yesterday, and they will continue to dominate the coming days. We'll continue to kick around Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson and salary caps and aprons and mid-level exceptions and Bob Myers. And what I think we would say on the Warriors is that we're waiting for the Bob Myers domino to fall first, and then everything will fall from there.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we're rooting for the Denver Nuggets mightily.
Nuggets.
Right, so the Giants get the win last night. And in fact, because it is a new hour, guys, why don't we go ahead and put the stamp on it? Whole new audience watching, hopefully, on the live stream. If you go to KNBR.com or the KNBR app or YouTube live stream KNBR or Twitch, whichever you want, whatever, you can see that guy, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, Paulie back Thursday. You can't see the producer. We still don't have that camera fixed.
I think
controversial break.
I think we're doing the audience a favor of not showing Triple E this morning.
Well, I don't know. They might want to see him. Don't you want to see a guy who a waiter in a restaurant this weekend stopped and said, quote, "You must get this all the time, but you look exactly like the president of the Ukraine."
All the time.
Is that, first of all, there's so much going on there.
All the time.
A, you must get this all the time. B, you look like the president of the Ukraine. C, does he?
I don't even know, Murph.
I mean, like, I give it like a 4, maybe.
I don't think so.
Kind of that light beard kind of thing going on and sort of the roundish face.
I'll tell you, Triple E's got a unique look. I'll tell you that, Murph. He's got something going for him. I'm just glad he's wearing sleeves to the office these days.
I know, this is true. True story. Anyway, Giants 18-23. They get the win last night. Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred. He says, "Hey, Manfred, in addition to your pitch clock, put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 6, Philadelphia Phillies 3.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
There you go. That sounded good there. And then Bobby Weir comes in for the heating up Michael Conforto, number 8.
Bombs away.
By the way, 8 bombs right now puts you on a decent list. I'm looking here in the major league leaders. Max Muncy with 14.
Of course it's Max Muncy. Of course it is.
Pete Alonso with 13. As I said to Copes, where's my Pete Alonso? You down with a Pat Wisdom with 12 for the Cubs?
That is one of the most random stories this year. The Cubs are actually playing decent ball.
Hey, we got in on the ground floor on a Monday night in April with an intimate crowd with elbow room at Wrigley. I've been to Wrigley probably 6 times, always packed on a Saturday afternoon. We had the place to ourselves, man. And they beat the Mariners on a walk-off. Head Royce's and Stanford's Nico Horner with a walk-off there.
Nice.
That was great. So we actually, Swansman and Horner, one of the best little second base shortstop combos in the game.
And shout out Nico for walking off with you in the building or in the stadium and walking up to Andre Nicotina.
Which I only knew because they actually put the artist and song on the scoreboard. And it was 4 a.m. Bay Bridge music.
Oh, perfect.
You know it?
Oh, yeah. It's a classic. I've used it a couple times as a rejoin.
Okay, 11 bombs. Devers in Boston, Olsen in Atlanta, Luis Robert with the White Sox, and Brent Rooker over in Oakland.
Yeah.
How about that? 10 bombs. Ozzy Albies, Randy Arozarena, Yandy Diaz, and Adolis Garcia, and Nolan Gorman, and Aaron Judge, and Hunter Renfroe, and Rowdy Tellez. Then we get a lot of people have 9, and then you get to 8 with Conforto. So anyway, just kind of a nice little moment for him. He is finally beginning to hit. He's hitting .381 in his last 6 games. Okay, and that's one guy to get going. The other guy you got to get going is Mitch Haniger. Okay, and obviously I was rooting for him, the Bay Area kid doing his thing. But we wanted to kind of sort of explore some of the bigger picture quotes here from the Giants, and it starts with Gabe Kapler about Casey Schmidt. Waterboy, ready for this? 2 more last night. 2 for 4.
He's got to be the story of the season so far, first 41 games, correct?
Without question.
Yeah.
He's hitting .464. And we pointed out he's played now all 3 positions in the infield, third, second, and short. And last night played a good second base.
He's playing it well.
Yeah. The only thing he made a mistake last night on the bases.
Yeah, that's a tough look.
Ground ball to short, 2 outs. Backhand for Trey Turner. Now, we teach the kids in Little League, if it's hit in front of you, you stay.
Yeah.
But it's big leagues. You know, he gets a good read on it. He can go and thinks he can beat it. He doesn't think Trey Turner's going to go to third, but Trey Turner's like, I'm going to third.
Yeah, that's kind of his welcome to the big league moment. Yeah. Trey Turner is sick with the glove at shortstop. Yeah. But that's the thing. Knowing that Casey Schmidt is a third baseman, knowing that he plays shortstop and second also, he should know that a ball hit to a shortstop's backhand, his only play there is at third. Yeah. He's got to get down. He's got to get dirty. He's got to slide at least.
Or should he at least wait? Should he have not gone?
Probably not, but that's where he talked about it post-game on the interview with John Miller and said, I just didn't expect that play to be made.
Did he think it was going to be a base hit?
He thought it was going to go through the hole.
He read hit.
Yeah, but Trey Turner's got unreal range.
It's a good observation there. So anyway, Kapler on this kid, Casey Schmidt, who's now played a full week. I was looking forward to Kuiper today because we were talking to Kuiper when the news broke from Alex Pavlovich that he was getting called up.
That's right.
So literally it's been 1 week.
Yeah.
So here's Kapler on that week.
Well, it's a sample size large enough to know that he has good bat-to-ball skill. He's going to be aggressive on pitches he can drive. I think, we'll see if he can make adjustments as the league makes adjustments to him. Very confident that he'll be able to do that, both because of his athleticism and because of his drive and determination. What sort of sample size do you need? A larger one than the one we have right now, but the arrows are pointing in a really good direction for Casey.
Yeah, I think there's a thing called the eye test, and, what is it? Do I have it in 28 at-bats? Is that what I have here? I'm on Baseball. Sometimes Baseball Reference does an update in time here. Yeah, they have 7 games, 28 at-bats, and 13 knocks, which is a little ridiculous.
4 doubles, a pair of bombs.
And an OPS of 1,286. Okay, so it's player of the week maybe type of stuff?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. But definitely rookie of the week, I'd say.
Listen, the kid performed at almost every level in the minors, right? So this isn't fluke. I mean, the guy plays everywhere. He got drafted in 2020 in high A San Jose. Maybe he struggled a little bit for 60 games. And then starting in 2021, I'm sorry, he hit 247 in the minors. You saw that, right?
Yeah, I did. But that's when we talked to him during spring training. That was the year he got hit in the face with a baseball, and it kind of threw out his whole approach to the plate.
Then in 2022, over 3 different levels, he hit 293 with an 854 OPS and 21 bombs, 78 ribs. I mean, that's a pretty darn good stretch there.
100%. And I know we live in the day and age of fantasy football and fantasy baseball. Hell, I'm one of the guys that picked up Casey Schmidt last Tuesday.
Dude, how are you looking on that, by the way?
He's looking fantastic. I was getting criticized. Like,
we got ripped that day.
Dude, from people who work here at KNBR, like, oh, he's 0% owned, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, that means I'm the 1%. I'm the first guy who got him. But because we focus so much on the offensive stats, he passes the eye test defensively.
Yes.
And that's what we talked about yesterday with Mike. Even if he does struggle with his 0-for-4 performance on Sunday in Arizona, had a couple of strikeouts, he needs to be in the lineup every single day because what he adds to this defense with his glove.
Yeah, and his approach to the play, too. By the way, he went like everybody. He went oppo yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that ball into right center, that was a hustle double, too.
Yeah.
That didn't have to be a double.
Dude, he's got sneaky underrated speed also. He can get up there.
Plus, got the unbelievable hat angle.
And the look. Yeah.
707 with a great text. He goes, bring up all the kids, man. He goes, F it. He writes, they were so reluctant to bring up Schmidt, and look how it's going. Mm-hmm. He said, let's give more an effing chance. GD. This guy's filled with profanity.
Nice.
Now, I agree with you, 707, on a number of levels. I would add, though, that like Elliot Ramos came up, and it wasn't the same.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't always work out.
That's what I'm saying. David Villar got selected to the Futures game last year, was the PCL MVP. They gave him an opportunity to be the everyday third baseman, despite the fact that he didn't start on opening day, but he never took the job and ran with it.
Damn it.
You can put the guys in the position to succeed. As my dad and multiple coaches have always told me throughout my life, Murph, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink.
I like that very much. My dogs like to drink when you get the water in front of them.
Yeah.
Sometimes they plead with us, give me more water. All right. 925, by the way, says if Casey Schmidt slides, he's safe on that. I would agree. And is that a little bit on Mark Hallberg for not telling him down?
I think he was trying to get down the line, looking ahead. But yeah, he's got to tell Casey to get down too. But Casey's got to know that.
916 says, and you sang that terrible song at Wrigley, didn't you? Yeah, we did. Go Cubs, go. Go Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago. What do you say? By the way, 415 says, how come you guys aren't giving the Giants any love for their 11,500th franchise win, the first franchise ever to get there?
Number one.
What does that mean to you?
Number one.
The team of the decade. The team of the centuries.
The team of the sport, Merv.
1800s, 1900s, 2000s.
We are baseball.
Shout out Rutherford B. Hayes. By the way, Stan Tim says, how's the sample size on Triple E? That's the sample size.
It's been about a year.
He also corrects me and says it's not the Ukraine, it's just Ukraine. All right.
I understand.
All right. 510 says the Giants are a wild card contender and Casey Schmidt is trending to get 300 hits. All right.
Sign him up. Put him in the hall now, Murph.
There you go. One more sound bite here. By the way, 415 says, I'm looking at the live stream and I think, what do you give me for Marcus and a young Paulie Mack?
Ooh, I'll take that.
You will take that.
Yeah, Paulie Mack's a cool, good-looking dude.
What if somebody said Marcus and a young Murph?
Then I'd hit him with the Paulie Mack.
Really? Damn. Here's Mike Krukow about the state of the Giants after 40 games, and this is a little less optimistic. It's about Haniger, Conforto, Stripling, Manaea, and Taylor Rogers.
They're seeing that their free agents haven't done anything. They're seeing two middle-of-the-order bats that are hitting under 200. They're seeing two guys that were penciled in for the rotation that are ERAs are double-digit. Stripling, Manaea, Haniger, and Conforto. They have not lived up to expectation. And that's really, the fact that they're where they're at is pretty remarkable given they haven't had much contribution from those guys. And none of that, but their bullpen right now is still looking for its identity. They did not have a good weekend in Arizona. The good news is Doval is absolutely, come out of the mechanic doldrums, and he's throwing the ball well. But you still have some ifs. You have too many ifs. You don't know what you're going to get from back. You don't know what you're going to get from a couple of guys in that pen that just are not pitching to their capabilities. So I think that as you're analyzing this team, you can afford to be a bit more patient because of the main four that are not living up to expectation. Manaea, Stripling, Conforto, and Haniger. They have to get better. But again, as I said, they're all veterans. They're all in their seventh year or more, and they all know that they can get out how to get out of this. They've come out of slumps before, so I'm not that worried about it yet. I do feel that more contribution is coming from all four of these guys.
Well, there you go. Pretty frank stuff from Krukow, and Slusser went on to say the same thing, that their underperformance could mean that a course correction is coming and that they will heat up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the optimistic viewpoint. So, and again, if they heat up, what does that mean? 500? I mean, because they're 5 games under 500 right now.
True.
You got to rip off 5-0 just to get to 500.
And that's the thing. They need to be 5 to 6 games better than 500 to be in that wild card conversation.
500 will keep you into September in the mix.
Yeah, but if they're not 500 by June, July, then we're talking about MLB trade deadline.
What about you got to go back to the old days when I said, back when the Giants were really bad in like 2017, I said, just get me to 500 by Flag Day. That became a big talking point on the show. We're going to go back to that.
Plant
500 by Flag Day.
Plant the flag.
Shout out Flag Day, everybody, by the way.
It's orgasmic.
Okay, here's the deal. On the other side, we promised you a little Niner talk with Steve Wilkes. He checked in on the new defensive prospects that he sees, plus maybe a comment or two on the Warriors 2 days later. We had some great guests on the show on KNBR yesterday. Michael Thompson, Marcus Thompson, multiple Thompsons, and then Mark Spears is going to join us today at 9:15. That's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, what's up, everybody? Thanks for listening to the Murph and Mac Show this morning. It's Marcus Boucher filling in for Paulie Mack, who has taken the day off, but it's no days off for Steve Moskowitz. Joining me now on the UMA guest line. Steve, how you doing this morning? What's the latest on the ERC?
Doing great, and I want your listeners to get every dollar to which they're legally entitled. Under the ERC, your listeners can get up to $26,000 for every employee they had in 2020 and 21 if they qualify. There's 2 different ways to qualify, but a lot of firms, a lot of CPAs are stopping with the easy way, the math way. Did your gross revenue go down a certain amount? If it didn't, they're saying no ERC for you. That's only one of 2 tests. There's another test. Why aren't the CPAs doing the other test? Because I've experienced people who just don't want to be bothered because it's a lot more work for the professional. We don't care how much work we have to do. Of course, not everybody qualifies, but a lot of people that were turned down because their gross revenue didn't go down enough qualify under this method. Call us, find out if you qualify, and if you do, let's get that up to $26,000 per person for every employee you had if you qualify.
And if you do have more questions about ERC, call Steve Moskowitz at 1-888-TAX-ILL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
It didn't take me long to really realize why this place is so successful. You see it from the outside, from afar, but once I got here and had the opportunity to meet ownership, to spend some time with John and Kyle, it all came to reality for me. So to be here is definitely a blessing for me. To be around this talented defense, the players that we have, and the things that we were able to do in free agency and also in the draft. I'm extremely excited and looking forward to the season.
That's your guy, Steve Wilkes, 49er D coordinator. We got to get to know him a little bit. We thought he'd spend a minute here. First of all, good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Giants won last night. Put the stamp on it. They go back today with Alex Cobb, who's been pitching lights out against Zach Wheeler. Interesting note on Wheeler. Remind me to hit during the big hit because we'll examine the Giants at the quarter pole. And again, somebody hits me every time I say the quarter pole that it's not really what you think it is in horse racing. Like it doesn't mean the 1/4 mark or something. I don't know.
What?
I know. I'm just, we're chucking stuff against the wall. That's Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Water Boy, a.k.a. El Chico de Agua, a.k.a. El Chico de Jimmy G.
Yeah.
He's in for Paulie Mack, who will be back on Thursday. So
Yes,
now you guys,
sir.
and we are streaming live on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, YouTube live stream, people checking us out, sizing us up, pinching and zooming on Waterboy, saying he looks like a young Paulie Mack, as opposed to the waiter who thought that Triple E looks like the president of the Ukraine, quote, you must get that all the time, unquote.
Dude.
Which is an incredible
Which is
line.
hilarious, 'cause now the text line is flooded with pictures of the president of Ukraine.
Well, and his name's like Zerolenko, something like that. Is he in the is he in the lottery tonight? Is he in the lottery?
That I don't know, but
or is that Wembanyama?
Yeah, that's Wembanyama. I'll give a shout out to Vasil Lomachenko, who's fighting this weekend.
Okay,
How
there
about
we
that?
go. Okay, so just a little bit on the Niners who are having their rookie minicamp, and you realize, guys, we're only about 3 weeks away from like Brock Purdy getting out there and tossing a ball, lobbing a ball.
That's right. The throwing program begins first week of June.
Early June, yeah. Don't know why. Call it totally blind, like Paulie Mack faith. Paulie Mack will sometimes his sports takes are just like, oh no, I believe it'll happen. I'm like, but Paulie, we need a better reason. It's like, no, it'll happen. I'm like, okay. But that's how I feel about Brock Purdy. Like I believe all the reports that he's trending. He's young. He should heal. I'm ready. I'm ready for the guy. Like all this talk, Sam Darnold, QB1, Sam Darnold. No. Brock Purdy. That's my feeling.
And it all comes down to the health of Brock Purdy. We've been talking about it for months since the NFC Championship game. But Murph, I'm telling you, after seeing Bryce Harper back on the field less than 6 months post Tommy John, I know he's not throwing a ball right now, but that's got to give you some signs of encouragement with the advancement of technology and in medicine. You would think Brock Purdy's going to be ready to go to start the season.
So that's my feeling.
Yeah.
Now, the question is on defense. I was talking to Tonelli about this down the hall. He thinks D'Amico Ryans brought like a spiritual force to the defense.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that he schemed it up. It was like he had an inspirational presence. Steve Wilkes is a little older, a little less sort of youthfully vibrant but he's also a very decorated coach who some people think could be an NFL head coach. So this is another, what appears to be on paper, another good Kyle Shanahan hire. Yes.
And something interesting to me, you talk about D'Amico bringing that energy, Robert Saleh bringing that energy on the sideline. This is going to be the first time in the Kyle Shanahan era that his defensive coordinator will not be on the sideline. He'll be calling plays from up in the booth.
Interesting. Good detail. Good detail. We won't get that kind of nutty thing going on. But his first comments, two D linemen you're going to need. Drake Jackson, Javon Kinlaw. Wilkes' first comments.
Well, I think, again, you have to go back to personnel. And I think you've seen what we've been able to do for us, drafting certain guys, Kinlaw has just been tremendous since I've been here. I mean, the day that I came in on my interview, he was here working out. He has not missed a day of all-season training. So I'm excited to see exactly where he's going to be. The same thing with Drake. Drake has been here all summer, working out, all spring rather, doing the things that he needs to do to improve his game. He's gained a lot of weight. He's in there with Kaserik, and I'm just excited to see exactly what he's going to do and how he's going to progress in his second year. You know what we did in free agency with Javon, so one of the best 3 techniques interior linemen in the National Football League. So I'm excited, and I can say I can be up here all day long talking about the Defensive Player of the Year. So we have a great front. We got to continue to build on that. And the one thing that I'm emphasizing and talking about, we got to complement each other. So there's different layers to this defense, and the back end has to do a great job.
So, he's talking about something that makes me think about the Giants. He's talking about Drake Jackson in the room, working with Kaserik and all, developing players.
Yes.
This is a thing that, can you develop the Giants? One of the things we're upset about them is they're not developing their players. Mm-hmm. And they're other than Casey Schmidt. He's the outlier, right? The Niners seem to develop their players.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw or Talanoa Hufanga, these are low draft picks who are playing above their quote-unquote draft status.
Yeah, above expectations. Yeah.
Now, Javon Kinlaw is the opposite. He's played below his draft. Now, can you develop Javon Kinlaw? Is it constantly going to be a knee problem? Is it constantly going to be a problem? D-line depth got hit. A lot of guys left.
Mm-hmm.
Guys need to... Drake Jackson needs to step up. This is a big, sorry, kid, but this is the NFL now. If you want to make your paper and get famous, you need to step in.
Yeah, it's year 2 for Drake Jackson, but to your earlier point about Javon Kinlaw, he's running out of time. The 49ers did not pick up his 5th-year option. So this is it. He's got to make an impression this year. He'll have an opportunity. But if he doesn't make more plays, if he doesn't lower that pad level like we complain about every single week, he won't be on the 49ers next year.
Right. So that's a little comment in there. The other guy he mentioned, the defensive player there, just what kind of relationship does Wilkes have, Triple E, with Nick Bosa?
Just through text, and they all been great. I've only heard great things about him. Even before I got here, just his personality, just going around the league, different guys that I know and how they just ramp and rave about him. The work ethic that he has, most importantly, is just across the board. The standard is set here. These guys work extremely hard, and I'm so impressed of just watching those guys work. Even in phase 1, I would just watch the individual period and just every day and just see how they work in all 3 levels of the defense. And Bosa is a leader of that. He exemplifies that each and every day.
Listen, just keep breathing, son. Just keep breathing. Just show up. Send a town car to make sure he shows up every time. They lost Ebukam. They lost Omenahu. Mm-hmm. They lost some depth. They do have, I'm looking right now at their depth chart. They do still have Kevin Givens, Kerry Hyder, Clee Farrell.
Young man Clee.
To see if they can develop him, right? See if they can develop him. By the way, how do you feel about, he's like, Bosa and I have been talking through text. It's curious me, for an old man like me, and I am old, tired, and washed, but is text an acceptable way to develop a relationship with someone?
In today's day and age, yes.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Mm-hmm. What is the fear of picking up the phone and calling somebody?
I guess it's just you want to have the conversation at your own leisurely pace.
I have turned into a person like, why is this guy calling me?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why are you calling me?
Oh, Murph, if someone calls me and it's a phone number I don't know, I just don't even answer.
What if I'm calling you? You feel like something's wrong at work?
If it's you, then I know it's an emergency.
Yeah, something's wrong at work.
I know you spilled some coffee or something.
Yeah, no, that's just me shouting.
Yeah.
But it is, you think you can, it's cool that Wilkes and Bosa are strictly texting?
Yeah, it's better.
Almost, I guess, in a way, like writing letters in the old days, right?
It's better than Jimmy Garoppolo not responding to any text.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Pretty funny. Yeah. That's pretty funny. By the way, Waterboy, shout out the previous generation. Do you have shoe boxes full of letters that you used to write your girlfriend?
Ooh, love notes, Murph. Yeah. We still had some love notes when I was in middle school.
Did you ever write one?
Yeah, because I didn't have a cell phone until I shared one when I was in 8th grade. My brother is a freshman, which means he got to keep the cell phone for essentially the whole time. So I didn't have a cell phone until high school.
You guys shared a phone?
Yeah, we did.
That's kind of wild.
Back in my day, yeah, exactly.
So when you're like, give me the phone, I got to text somebody?
Yeah, it's like, I got a girl I want to call.
Oh, yeah. Did he say, hey, you just got this very revealing photo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Here's the thing, Murph. Back then, you were still getting charged for text messages. Like, we only had a certain limit of how many we could send out. So we had to go.
Your A if you went over the line?
We had to go with the phone calls back then.
Yeah.
I still called up girls back in my day.
God, see me. I didn't talk to a girl until I was a senior in high school. All in good time.
Yeah.
All in good time.
I bet you got a few love notes.
Finally the shoeboxes came, but mostly late high school and college.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about some of those messages in your yearbook.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the bad ones?
Yeah, I was going to say, they're not exactly love notes, but they're notes.
That was 6th grade.
I understand.
By the way, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300. Hey, just a couple more. I wanted to jump down here. Well, Triple E, why don't we jump down? I wanted to get this one on Drake Jackson, where he kind of calls him out. It's cut H's and Henry. And here he is, setting the standard here for Drake Jackson.
A lot of inconsistency, I saw a lot of talent, a lot of skill set, but someone that needs to really, as I just talked about, get a little stronger, get a little bigger, and he's working hard. So I'm looking forward to him once again taking that sophomore leap, that second year and really improving and doing some good things.
So Colin dropped the I-bomb on him, inconsistent. It's like, hey, how do you feel about working with Triple E? I'm like, well, a lot of inconsistency. So there you go.
It's a small sample size, Murph.
Small sample size. But I wanted to get that one out. We have more sound from him we can play as the days go on. But it's just kind of good to know Steve Wilkes, man. This is a team. We're got to get ready. I mean, with the Warriors done now, your next championship aspiration is that football team, unless that baseball team has something we don't know.
Hey, still three-fourths of the season left, Murph.
Did we not say 2 out in the wild card?
Yeah.
So there you go. Steve Wilkes just talking a little bit about that D-line. He also talked about Jair Brown. He also talked about bringing over a couple corners from Carolina, Miles Hartsfield and Isaiah Oliver. They're going to need that depth at corner. And he talked about maybe blitzing a little bit more. D'Amico just kind of believed in the 4-man rush.
Yeah, because Bosa was getting after the quarterback on every play.
And it gives you such a huge advantage. But he was saying if I have athletes like Warner and Greenline, I might want to unleash them a little bit more. So things to talk about and watch as we'll continue to ramp up our Niner talk as the rookie minicamp goes down underway. Of course, more Warrior talk coming. Mark Spears at 9:15. We had 2 Thompsons yesterday, Clay and Michael and Marcus. Spearsy's coming on. Got John Hollinger dropping bombs on the Warriors on The Athletic. A lot of Warrior talk coming your way. But first, Mike Krukow, Dwayne Kuiper. It's Tuesday. What am I saying? Tuesdays with Kuip. And it was 1 week ago that we got the news that Casey Schmidt was coming up. And here we are 1 week later. And then the big hit, the Giants at the quarter pole. How you feeling? Is there anything going on? How's the park? What are you thinking? Are you believing as we head towards Flag Day? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Touchdown!
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Pirates Monday, May 29th. First pitch, 2:05. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Yeah.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour.
Hold it now.
This is Murph and Max Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic
Giants fans, there's no question. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. Mimic his call. Time for Murph and Mac to catch up with Kuiper.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. NorCal Honda dealers, Race to Save is on. Race in now for winning deals on every model.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, where's using Dwayne Kuiper? Hey, on the heels, by the way, before we jump into Dwayne Kuiper, on the heels of his 3-run bomb last night, Michael Conforto joins Tolbert and Copes today at 2:30. Dwayne Kuiper joins us on a UMA guest line Tuesday. And Kuip, first of all, good morning to you. And Marcus Boucher is in for Paulie Mack. The water boy is in because Paulie's off in New York till Thursday. He'll be back. And you know what's funny? We were just talking about it. It was a week ago on your show that we got the Alex Pavlovich tweet that Casey Schmidt would be probably getting called up. Kuip, how's that for a week? 1 week later. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. By the way, what was that introduction?
Yeah, well, you know what? Did you see Bryson Stott at second base drop that ball at second base yesterday? Did you see Castellanos drop that fly ball and right? Yeah. That's what was going on. Yeah. That was what was going on right there.
No, I'm really uncomfortable now.
Well, you and me both, buddy. You and me both. We got to pick up the ball and try to get the force out at second like Castellanos did.
Yeah, that's the thing, Kuip. When I fill in for Paulie Mack, someone has to fill in for me. So we apologize for that this morning, Kuip.
All right, well, I'm sure it's going to be fine. Just like it was fine when Gabe Kapler wrote this rookie kid's name into the lineup. He's been sensational. He had one bump in the road, and that was Sunday's game in Arizona, where the Diamondbacks just decided, you know what, we're just not going to throw him a strike, and let's see what happens. And the kid bit and struck out 3 times. So we all thought, well, all right. So now the rest of the league knows this. They're not going to throw him any strikes, and it turned out that he did just fine yesterday, which would have been the very next day. So it really is. It's a test. I mean, it's going to be a test every day for him because all these people now are trying to figure out what do we got to do to make this kid uncomfortable at home plate. And so it's only worked once. You know, he's really aggressive. I don't know if you guys have looked at the stats, but if you have him in front of you, take a look at how many walks he's taken.
Yeah. I'll look it up at top of my head. Is it none?
None.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So that gives you an idea that he's up there to swing, and he's not up there to try to take a walk. Now, that's fine to be that aggressive, but in order to save your nights sometimes, in order to help your team sometimes when you're not getting hits, if you can mix in a walk here or there, it makes you a better player and a better hitter. And eventually he'll start to do that. But right now, he gets after that first pitch, if not the first pitch, the second pitch. And problem is if you don't put those two in play, now you're behind 0-2. And now they can throw you some slop. And now you got to lay off it. So it's a big science test right now, and all teams are trying to figure him out. And at some point they will, and then he's going to have to adjust back. And by the looks of how he handles himself, he'll do that, and he'll be just fine. Plus, if he goes into a slump, he can win you a game on the other side of the field, and that's on defense because he's that good.
Yeah, we were talking about that, how he's worth it for the glove alone, and then you add in 13 for 28 with 4 doubles and 2 bombs. As you mentioned, though, no walks, only 4 strikeouts, 3 in that one game. It's going to be a really interesting chess match as the league tries to figure this guy out and he tries to readjust, too. I do want to ask you about that defense, because usually we get a little frustrated when the Giants systematically put players out of position, like, Blake Sable in the outfield or something like that, VR at second base. Whereas with this guy, it seems like he's comfortable playing third, short, and even second. Is that accurate? I'm like, you have 100% confidence in him at all 3 positions?
I do. I mean, he did not have to turn double play yesterday, so we haven't seen that yet, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. The rules have protected those middle infielders now where he doesn't have to worry about Bill Madlock or Don Baylor or Hal McRae, Thurman Munson. He didn't have to worry about those guys taking you into left field. So the double play shouldn't be an issue. Plus, I was never lucky enough to have a very strong arm, so it took a little bit more effort to make a good strong throw in case you had a fast runner. Well, that's not the case with him. I mean, it's pretty well documented that 2 out of the 3 fastest throws across the diamond by anybody in the major leagues are owned by him, and he hasn't played that long. So he's not going to have any problems with the pivot, but we haven't seen it yet. He is comfortable. I mean, Murph, if you can play short, then you can play third and you can play second if you get a little bit of time to get adjusted to it. And he had 3 or 4 games in the minor leagues, so made a nice play last night, going to his right. So he's fine. And you know what? That's how he's going to get his at-bats. Because Giants have 3 everyday infielders at third, short, and second. And that's where he's going to get his at-bats unless they DH him. And, DH a guy with defense like that. That's why Estrada DH'd last night. So he's going to get his at-bats by moving around. And I can assure you that he's not complaining about it.
Yeah, and Kuiper, that's what I wanted to ask you about. After seeing Casey play 3 different positions in his first 7 games, Thairo Estrada is having a great year this season. I thought JD has been great at the plate and defensively with his glove. And even with Crawford struggling at the plate, we all know how good he is defensively at shortstop. What's the clearest path to playing time every day for Casey Schmidt?
Well, I don't know, Marcus, if it's going to be every day, but it's going to be at least 5 or 6 times a week when you start moving guys around and giving them a rest. I mean, you're probably going to see those 4 guys in the lineup, not a lot, but, on occasion, like last night, where J.D. Davis DHs and Schmidt plays third. J.D. Davis goes over to play first base against a left-hander, and Schmidt plays third. Crawford sits down against the lefty. Schmidt plays short, So you can move those pieces around, and all of a sudden now you got an everyday guy that technically is not, but he's playing a lot. And right now you want to play him a lot. I mean, you don't want to waste a guy and throw him out in left field, but to keep his bat in the lineup, I think everything is on the table. But he's going to play a lot, and it's going to be all over that infield.
Well, it was a week ago today that we got that text, and here we are just 1 week later. Hell of a week for Casey Schmidt. Just burst onto the scene and has really kind of gotten Giants fans excited. So, Kuiper, and then we also kind of arrived here at the quarter mark, the 41-game mark. I mean, I know it's 162, whatever. 40.5, I think, is 1/4 of 162, whatever. It's one of those natural spots where you take a moment of reflection. And, they're 18-23. All right, 2 out in the wild card. Only a half game ahead of the Rockies in last place, though. And 8 back of the Dodgers, who are starting to heat up, unfortunately. And your partner, Mike, came on yesterday, and he said for him that the first 41 games were defined by how the free agents weren't performing to snuff. Haniger, Conforto, Manaea, Stripling, and Taylor Rogers. Although, look at Conforto now. Home run last night. 4 in his last 6 games, hitting .381, etc. For you, what has defined the first 41 games, 25% of the season?
Yeah, I think Mike nailed it. I mean, you want to get all those guys going. Conforto's definitely starting to get it going. Rogers has really been a lot better. So, Haniger got a big hit yesterday in the second inning. He got one of those 6 hits to score 6 runs. So he's important. He's a big spot in that lineup. And then, when you circle 2 guys that have had a history of being really good with Manaea and Stripling, and they're both, scuffling at the same time, you've got a lot of work to do to try to fill that spot until they get right. And that takes a lot out of the bullpen. It really does. So they're a work in progress, not as far as being big leaguers. They're a work in progress as far as getting back to where they are consistently getting people out. And that will happen. You just don't want it to take a really, really long time for it to happen, because otherwise you're going to blow your bullpen up. So I agree with Mike. I think that's, the biggest key. Plus get Yaz back, keep these guys healthy. I mean, losing Jock for what, 10 days? That hurts. But he's going to be back soon. I mean, that lineup is a really good lineup when you got Yastrzemski and Peterson in the lineup, and both of those guys have been out. You really miss both of them in Arizona. I mean, my goodness. So, I mean, that's how it boils down. Make the bullpen a little steadier, and you can get back in this thing. The Dodgers are always going to be the Dodgers, and you just have to try to compete and stay close if you can, because if you stay close, then you got a really good shot at that wild card spot. But I don't think anybody is saying we're playing for a wild card spot just yet. But you got to get back to 500, and then once you get to 500, then you really need to make a push. And they're very, very, very much capable of doing that.
And of course, we're joined by Dwayne Kuiper on the UMA Guest Line this morning, as we are every Tuesday morning in the Power Hour. And Dwayne, I wanted to ask you about Joey Bart, who seemed like he got off to a great start of the season, had that batting average over 300. Now, if you look at the box score this morning, it's down to 222. I know he was dealing with some groin tightness a couple weeks ago, was able to avoid the IL. Do you think that's something that's still hampering him? And just overall big picture, what are your thoughts on the first 41 games for Joey Bart this season?
Well, this is a lineup that, they obviously they need Joey Bart's bat. What they really need is for him to handle everybody behind the plate. I think he's doing a really good job doing that. The way I look at Joey Bart offensively is, he may not come through all the time, but he's definitely a threat when he steps into the batter's box. And if you have 5 or 6 guys like that in the lineup, now you're going to have a lineup where you just keep your fingers crossed. But if you have 1 or 2 like Joey Bart, you can win a lot of games because he's a threat. I don't know what goes on in the training room. If he's dinged up, I really think the Giants would protect him. I mean, they do. They do that with their players. If they're dinged up, they don't let them go out there and play. But, if you feel like you can help your team and you're still dinged up a little bit, guys are going to do that. But I think he's fine physically. I like the way he's handling everything behind the plate, and he's a threat. He hasn't hit a home run yet, which really surprises me, and I guarantee it surprises him. And after a while, that'll start to grind on you.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Let it grind on you offensively. Just don't let it affect you defensively. And he hasn't.
No, you're right. Defensively, hugely improved. I can't believe the 0 home run thing. I mean, that's like,
yeah,
it's almost it for a team that's built around the home run. Yeah, I don't know. He's got so much power, so much pop. I wonder, like you said, it starts to grind on him a little bit. And didn't he have this problem for earlier in his career, too, not having a home run at AT&T for the longest time or Oracle for the longest time?
You know what? I don't remember, Murph, but that is possible.
Yeah.
You know, at that point, when he got to the big leagues, everything was moving really, really fast. And I think Fahan has even admitted that for a lot of reasons, they had to get him to the big leagues because the Giants were in dire need of a catcher. And he probably got called up a year earlier than when he should have been called up. So consequently, everything was moving really, really fast for him. And, I think he went back to the minor leagues for a little while. But it's not moving that fast for him right now because, I think he's a good major league player. And as long as he's a threat at the plate and if he can catch like he's been catching, he's going to be your guy.
Yeah, but it should be noted what Patrick Bailey's doing, right? I mean, he's performing at a high level, and it's not like you want Joey Bart out. He's, like you said, he's a threat, and he's a good defensive player and all that. But, man, I wonder, given the Casey Schmidt situation, how much the Patrick Bailey temptation is there.
Well, I'm sure it's tempting, but if he's going to come here and not play all the time, then it can't happen. You cannot have too much depth at that position just because of injuries, and he's doing what he has to do, and that's have a terrific season at whatever level you're at, because that's how you get noticed. Giants know all about him, but put some stuff on paper, and then they know you a little better, and it gets your attention. And that's all he's doing right now. He's getting everybody's attention, and he needs to keep doing that because you never know what happens. One foul tip, and you're in the big leagues. So for that kid, keep doing what you're doing, and you're only one injury away from catching a lot of games at the big league level.
And speaking of injuries, Mike, one thing I wanted to touch on before we let you go is just this story about Bryce Harper. And coming from a former college pitcher who had Tommy John surgery and has gone through the process, it absolutely blows my mind that this guy has made a return to baseball in less than 6 months, skipped a minor league rehab assignment, and now he's back out here hitting 2 home runs and 326. He was in the middle of the lineup last night. I would just love to hear your thoughts on Bryce Harper and maybe the fastest recovery we've ever seen from Tommy John surgery.
Well, remember, and you said it, he's not a pitcher. He would not be out there if he was a pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not playing right field.
Mm-hmm.
So, clearly, his surgery, his rehab, his doctors, you got to have a great body that'll heal. You got to have great doctors. You got to have a little luck, and all of that clearly has happened, and he's able to play. It doesn't bother him at all, clearly swinging the bat. So I applaud him. I mean, he's back out a lot earlier than everybody thought, and he's a game changer in that lineup. And eventually this year, he will be in right field, and then that'll open a lot of things up. The thing that, off the subject a little bit, the thing that messed up the Phillies lineup, and they got a good one, was even before the season started, Rhys Hoskins goes down with a knee injury. And all of a sudden now, your third baseman is playing first. You got a shortstop playing third, and, everything is, that whole lineup is messed up because of that. So that really hurt because Hoskins is a good player. Mm-hmm. But anyway, back to Harper. I'm glad to see him back because baseball needs those guys to be in those box scores every day.
And Bryce Harper is a guy who's been taking ground balls at first base also, so maybe we'll see him at first once he's able to start throwing the ball again.
Yeah, I mean, then you got Bohm back at his regular spot at third. I mean, Bohm's got the most RBIs on that team, which, with Schwarber and Realmuto and, that bunch. It's surprising that he's the guy, Schwarber, but he is. So, I mean, he's having a really, really good year. But if you could find a guy like Harper, if you could find a first baseman glove, put him over there, then your lineup is kind of back to normal, where you can put Schwarber in the DH spot and now find yourself a really good outfielder.
Plus, he came back looking to fight, too, Bryce Harper. That was pretty spicy in Denver there the other day. Hey, Kai, go ahead. That's
where you just don't want to go out and have somebody jerk on your arm.
Right. If his tender elbow. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Before we let you go, last night, John Shea's game story this morning is all about how the Giants manufactured runs, and they went the other way. They disciplined hitting, and Conforto was saying, we got to get away from relying on the home run, and we got to string together opposite field approaches like that, and it was great to read. All that said, the key hit was a 3-run home run by Conforto, and it just made me, before we let you go, just a quick thought. I grew up, when I was reading about baseball, the legendary Earl Weaver, and he was, in my mind, he was the proponent of the 3-run home run. Like, that was his big thing. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, how do you win? Well, we're going to hit 3-run home runs, right? That was their big thing. Did you know about, like, when you were playing, was that a thing, Earl Weaver and the 3-run homer?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, it's easy for Earl Weaver to come on out and talk about the 3-run home run when you got Frank, you got Boog Powell, you got Brooks Robinson. I mean, you're loaded with guys that hit the ball out of the park. There are other managers that could say that. The old Milwaukee Braves could say it. But, Earl was big on hitting the ball out of the ballpark. And why not? Plus, remember, he had 4 20-game winners one year. So 3 runs was just about enough for some of those Baltimore teams. By the way, Murph.
Yes.
Yes, 3-run home run from Conforto. As you stated, let's move the ball around, maybe take the ball to the opposite field a little bit. Well, that 3-run home run was where?
Opposite field. There it is.
In the opposite field.
It was a heck of a time. Yeah, having hit that kind of pop down the left field line. You don't see many like that. The left-handed hitter going down the left field foul pole.
He clipped it perfect. I mean, and he really did. If you look at that swing, he clipped it perfect. And then he got that backspin. And a lot of times those balls that you hit like that to the opposite field, they'll slice foul. That one stayed pretty straight, and it went right in over that gate where I walk into the ballpark every day. Because when I walk in that area, I keep thinking somebody's going to hit during batting practice, I'm going to get clipped right in the nose.
On the noggin. We don't need that.
I'm always looking up, and that's exactly where that ball landed.
Kuiper walking in with a helmet on. You know what I mean? Go ahead and wear the Boog Powell. Did Boog wear the helmet? No, it was who wore the helmet over it? For George Boomer Scott used to wear that. And then, of course, John
Boomer Scott.
Yeah.
We had this necklace, and, it had, like, tiger teeth on it or whatever. And he said there's your second baseman's teeth. Because that's what he was going to do when he came in.
Well, yeah, the boomer, as they called him. By the way, while we're on these opposite field approaches, sometimes I'll say to my kids in Little League, take 2 and go to right. They're like, what is that? Are you a proponent of take 2 and go to right, Kuiper?
Well,
you don't hear that anymore.
Look, we were in the era of 2 strikes, put the ball in play.
Yeah.
Nowadays, a lot of guys, and I've heard even Yaz talk about it with you guys, why would I want to hit a weak ground ball with 2 strikes? Why don't I just air it out and take a shot at maybe hitting the ball over the fence? It's a totally different philosophy. And I think that's fine, but if you get a guy on third with less than 2 outs and you've got 2 strikes on you, I think you do have to change your theory a little bit on putting the ball in play.
Take 2 and go to right. Get him on, get him over, get him in, Kuiper.
There's nothing more frustrating when it happens to you 2 or 3 times in a game where you get the bases loaded with one out and you don't score.
Yes.
And after a while, it just builds up and builds up. That and double plays. I mean, Giants had a game in Arizona where I think they hit into 3 or 4 of them. And it's a punch. It's a punch in the gut every time.
You told us back years ago that when somebody yelled in the dugout after somebody hit into a brutal double, hey, if you think you're going to hit into a double play, strike out. Right?
Yeah, well, that was Reggie Smith used to, when I got to the Giants in 82, it was Reggie's first year with the Giants. I think it was his only year.
Yes, correct.
And he used to say that. And I used to look at him like, you know what? I think he's serious.
1 out's better than 2, right? When you're on offense?
It's like, whoa, yeah.
That's funny.
So anyway, I mean, I've broadcasted games. I played with guys where they looked like a double play was going to happen, and it's too bad when it does happen because you're thinking, well, see, there it is. But guys can't think like that at the plate. You really can't. You can try to, get a high fastball because that's an easier ball to hit in the air. But the bottom line is what you're trying to do is hit the ball hard somewhere to get that guy in. And inevitably, you're going to hit a few balls on the ground. I mean, Buster, it used to happen to Buster, where he'd hit into double plays, and it's really frustrating. But just keep the line moving, and that's what they did in the second inning. And they got a little help. That kid made an error at second. That's the first error he's made in his career.
Stott?
That's right. And that's the first error in 85 games as a big leaguer. So they caught a break, and they took advantage of it.
Yeah, they did. All those runs were unearned. Incredible stuff. All right, Kuiper, It's fun. 1 week ago, we were there for the Casey Schmidt tweet from Pavlovich. 1 week later, the kid's 14. What is he? 13 for 28 or something like that? I mean, or 12 for 20. I don't know. He's hitting 4 something, 4 whatever. And he's lighting it up. We even kind of get a kick just out of his physical sort of bearing. The way he wears his hat kind of high on his head, or bill a little bit high. He looks like something out of the Sandlot.
Well, I'm not going to toot my own horn, Murph, but I got a better start than he did.
What'd you do?
12 for 24.
You did?
My first year, yeah.
Go, Kuiper, go!
Hell yeah.
Yeah, have you told him that?
Absolutely not. Leaving that kid alone.
Leave the kid alone. 12 for 24, Kuiper. What was the secret?
And then my last year, 3 for 5.
Oh, man. Wait, your last...
In between, it was really not great sometimes, I got to tell you. But you have to make a good first impression. You have to do it. I know you're looking it up.
First impressions go a long way. I'll tell you that right now, and I'm totally down with you on that. But what do you mean 3 for 5 your last year? You only had 5 at bats your last year? I did not know that. Is that right?
Yeah. I left spring training on the disabled list so I could get 30 days for 10 years, so I could be fully vested.
That's awesome.
They were going to release me, and they said, "What can we do for you?" And I said, "Well, I like 30 days." They said, "All right, we'll put you on the DL." And my 30 days came up, and we were in Pittsburgh. We had a celebration, and I got to the park. I told you this before.
Yeah, that's right.
To say goodbye to everybody. I had my ticket to Cleveland, and Dabby called me in the office, and he said, "Copper, give your ticket to LeMaster. He'll fly under your name. He just got traded to Cleveland. We're going to activate you."
Wow.
Since you're going to activate me,
Yeah.
all I've done is throw VP. He said, "Nah, we're going to keep you around to pinch hit and bunt."
Okay.
So that was May 1st. I did that for 2 months, and then around the 1st of July, they activated Brad Wellman, and they sent me on my way. So my last at bat was in Cincinnati. I think it was on a Monday or Tuesday. And Friday, I was sitting next to Hank Greenwald and David Glass doing radio.
That is awesome. And look at you now, 2023, and you have me looking up your stats. You start 1 for 6, by the way. Then you get hot, Kuiper. 3 for 5 against the Brew Crew, 2 for 3 against the Yankees, 1 for 1 against the Yankees, 1 for 4 against the Sox, and then the big finish, 3 for 4 at Fenway in the last day of the season. 11 for 22, your very first year in the bigs. 11 for 22.
All right, it wasn't 12 for 22.
Well, maybe you went 1 for 2 in 75. I'll have to look that up. Maybe even hotter.
Well, I got really hot when I got called up in 75. So
you start 0 for 3 in 75. So yeah, we'll go with 11 for 20. No, then 3 for 5 the next day. So 3 for 8. So 11 for 22. So 14 for 30. Right there. Take that, Schmidt. Take that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's also got two home runs, RBIs, 4 doubles. I guarantee you all my hits were singles.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter.
But that's fine. And I mean, it was a different era. So, but anyway, if you can make a great first impression, it really helps a lot. And clearly that's what he's done. And, now you have to sustain. He's not going to be able to sustain at the rate he's going hits-wise. But he'll be able to, get a hit a game, get 2, mix in a home run and some RBIs. He'll be fine.
I love it. Can't wait for today's lineup. Can't wait for tonight's game. Can't wait to talk to you next week. And can't wait to hear on the broadcast, Dwayne. Love it. Have a good one.
All right. Let's do it. All right, guys.
That's the great Dwayne Kuiper.
The great.
He's awesome. He's amazing.
11 for 22, Murph. 11 for 22.
He's the king.
And then he got 3 on his way out.
Let's do this. We'll take a quick little water break, and then the big hit, the Giants at the quarter pole. How you feeling? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Kite with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
ESPN's NBA front office insider Bobby Marks stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the Warriors offseason and what the future of the Warriors dynasty looks like. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
So 2 down, and here is Trey Turner, and he hits a pop-up, first base side. Wade over near the Phillies dugout. He's under it. He's got it. And with Bryce Harper standing in the on-deck circle, the game is over.
Well, there you go. The Giants get the win yesterday. We got to put the stamp on it and take a big picture look. Listen, we're doing this big hit today in honor of the Warriors dominating the last couple weeks, and we'll continue to talk heavy Warriors. You got Mark Spears at 9:15 coming up, and all sorts of sound from yesterday with Michael Thompson and Marcus Thompson and Bobby Marks and the John Hollinger piece. And I just saw Kendrick Perkins this morning saying, hell yeah, the Warriors dynasty is over, all that stuff. But just a little moment to reflect on the Giants' 41-game status, because here we are, 25% of the way into the season. What do you got? What do you got? Well, first of all, you got to win. So let's put a win on. You got to call them in. We'll stamp that one. Then we'll get into the big picture here. Thanks to a 3-run homer by Michael Conforto, 4 2/3 from Alex Wood. I forgot to ask Kuiper about that whole starting pitcher thing, but we were having some fun talking Schmidt and good starts and all that. But Kai Correa's got to call Rob Manfred, and he says, hey, pitch clock boy, put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 6, Philadelphia Phillies 3.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
And there's the special that tells you Bobby Weir called in for Mike Conforto, number 8.
arms away.
Okay, so the quarter season check-in, 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in. Is there anybody out there who believes, who's got hope? Are you seeing Casey Schmidt as the dude who's going to turn it around? Do you think Kyle Harrison and Pat Bailey need to come up? Or do you think Conforto and Haniger will heat up, Minaya and Stripling will iron it out? Or in that maybe, J.D. Davis continues to stay hot, Tyro Estrada continues to stay hot, and the top end of this rotation with Logan Webb and Alex Cobb and Tony DeSclafani can carry you for a little bit, Waterboy. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good about those three guys you just named. The top end of the rotation is not a problem. The back end of the bullpen, and Camilo Duvall, I know he struggled to find the strike zone a little bit, but he locked down his 9th save. That's not a problem. It's everything else in between. It's those number 4 and 5 starters, whether it is going to be Alex Wood, Ross Stripling, or Sean Minaya, and then it's been the bullpen, the Rogers twins. I know Luke Jackson is back in San Jose right now doing a rehab assignment.
They're saying May 29.
He could be back in a couple weeks.
That's 2 weeks. That's my guy
now. So
now.
that's more help in the bullpen too. But no, I haven't been a big fan of the long relief approach of having Junis, Tristan Beck, a bunch of these guys that are kind of in the same mold in the bullpen. I feel like it's kind of been holding back this pitching staff.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that the Dodgers are starting to get hot and pull away a little bit. But hey, some sound from this. Well, Krukow yesterday, if you missed it, was pretty frank about 40 games in, talking about, listen, Farhan tried to say, listen, we went for Correa, we went for Judge. It didn't work out, but I got all these other guys. Mm-hmm. I got Haniger, I got Conforto, I got Stripling, I got Minaya, I got Taylor Rogers. Unfortunately, 40 games in, 41 games in, Krukow says that has not delivered.
They're seeing that their free agents haven't done anything. They're seeing 2 middle-of-the-order bats that are hitting under 200. They're seeing 2 guys that would pencil in for the rotation that are ERAs are double-digit. Stripling, Minaya, Haniger, and Conforto. They have not lived up to expectation. And that's really, the fact that they're where they're at is pretty remarkable given they haven't had much contribution from those guys. And none of that, but their bullpen right now is still looking for its identity. They did not have a good weekend in Arizona. The good news is Duvall is absolutely, come out of the mechanic doldrums, and he's throwing the ball well. But you still have some ifs. You have too many ifs. You don't know what you're going to get from Beck. You don't know what you're going to get from a couple of guys in that pen that just are not pitching to their capabilities. So I think that, as you're analyzing this team, you can afford to be a bit more patient because of the main four that are not living up to expectation. Minaya, Stripling, Conforto, and Haniger. They have to get better. But again, as I said, they're all veterans. They're all in their 7th year or more, and they all know that they can get out, how to get out of this. They've come out of slumps before. So I'm not that worried about it yet. I do feel that more contribution is coming from all 4 of these guys.
So very Mike to be optimistic, positive, in the sense that, he says, listen, they haven't performed, but that means they're due to perform.
Be positive, bro.
There it is, very much so, too. Tim in Visalia is checking in on the Giants and the big hit. Hey, Tim, good morning, man. You're on KNBR. How you feeling about the Giants, buddy?
Well, remember I called you, I think it was last week, when I was talking about the Warriors when I said the fat lady hasn't sung yet.
Yeah, she sang.
Yeah, well, she sang. Unfortunately for the Warriors. To the Giants, you know what? You guys talk about the wild card. The beauty of the wild card is once you get in, anything can happen.
This is all true.
We proved it. Yes. We proved it in 2014, and we proved it in 2002.
Well, that's a hell of an optimistic take, Tim. So there you go. Only 2 out in the wild card, man.
So
Thanks
you're
for the
saying
call.
There's a chance.
Thanks for the call, Tim. Hey, Susan Slusser checked in on Papa and Lund, talked about Minaya and Stripling, 2 guys who are struggling.
Both of them have been doing this, going in and out of the bullpen. You talk to starters, it does throw them off a little bit. And hey, they're not going to make excuses. I'm not making excuses for them. They need to be better. Stripling and the home runs is baffling. I don't know how they get it fixed because they keep feeling like it's close and he's coming around, and then boom, a couple more. Every time he makes a mistake, it gets hit out.
All right, hey, let's talk about Minaya and Stripling. I don't know. Listen, she's right. Stripling's home run total given up right now is ridiculous. Minaya, you see him out there. It's a struggle from pitch one. Like, he struggles to locate sometimes. Guys hit him. I know the quote-unquote increased velocity was supposed to be better. But, Waterboy, those are 2 guys that I don't know.
Yeah, those are two guys that the Giants were hoping they could have the same success that they had with a guy like Kevin Gausman or an Anthony DeSclafani, where you can kind of turn them around like they've done with Alex Cobb now at 35 years old, maybe having one of the best seasons of his career. And I was just like you. I was encouraged by Sean Manaea going out and hitting 95, going down, spending the summer down at Driveline, seeing what Ross Stripling did with the Blue Jays last year. But the bottom line is they have not performed this year. And to Susan's point, there has been question marks about what their roles are with this team. I'll remind you, Ross Stripling was the third starter of the season in Yankee Stadium. Since then, he's been bouncing back and forth, piggybacking with Sean Manaea. And I do think it does have an effect on these guys moving forward. Everybody outside of your Cobbs, DeSclafanis, and Logan Webb.
Yeah, the piggyback thing, Michael Conforto, though, heating up. 4 homers in the last 6 games, hitting .381 in his last 6 games. 3-run jack yesterday. We already put the stamp on it. He was asked the big picture 41 games in.
Well, you know what? I think we've done some good things. I think there's some things we need to improve upon. Some of those things tonight, getting a few hits with a guy on second, bringing that guy home, kind of manufacturing some runs, not just leaning on the long ball. We played great defense tonight. Woody was great. It was good to see him back. We got some help coming there, and the bullpen was great as well. So, we just got to keep playing good baseball, good defense. Situational hitting is huge. Keep putting up runs, and it's a good recipe for success.
Well, 500 by Flag Day is what we're looking at right now. Flag Day, June 14th. Don't forget, June 14th.
Right around the corner, Murph.
Doing his thing. Alex Wood last night, they took him out at 4 2/3. Listen, I come from a different land. I come from the world of the win, right? And I know the world of the win is no more. That world doesn't exist anymore. However, it still means something to the clubhouse. It still means something to the pitchers. It still means something to the players. Now, I know Kapler and them converse all the time. I know he's not blindsiding the guy with this. I know it wasn't a shock, but I just wonder the cumulative effect of this over-tinkering where you take a win away from Alex Wood. All he has to do is get one out. Took him out 4 2/3.
And to me, it's more about the confidence you're not showing in your pitcher. Because I know he's on a pitch count right now, but the Giants do this multiple times over and over again where they tell you the analytics say you can't face a lineup 3 times. Yeah. Well, guess what? Here was Alex Cobb throwing a complete game shutout the other day. Here was Logan Webb going 7. Here was Tony DeSclafani taking a shutout into the 7th or 8th. They can do it. It's possible. To me, I think it sends a bad message to your pitcher that you don't trust them to face that lineup a third time.
Yeah, and Wood's line through 4 2/3 was, guys, let me find it. We got the box score right in front of you here, buddy. That's in my pile of papers. I don't have it right in front of me.
I got it for you. He went 4 2/3, 2 earned runs allowed, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, 4 hits.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's not like he's...
And he had a 4-run lead.
He had a 4-run lead.
That's the thing.
FP Santangelo sent out a tweet saying, I come from the days where if you took a guy out at 4 2/3 with a 4-run lead, there'd be a fight in the tunnel.
Yeah, I understand.
How about that?
Yeah,
Anyway, here's Alex Wood's evaluation of the Giants.
Yeah, I really think that we have the pieces. I think that offensively we've done a pretty good job, especially dealing with some of the injuries that we've had, and we've had a couple key pieces that are really starting to heat up offensively. Mike, talk about Mike. That's pretty. You don't see many lefties going backside, for homers like that, and so I think that's a good sign of things to come. Haney's starting to swing it, and we just got to pitch better as a group. I think hopefully moving forward from here, we'll kind of start to settle in, with guys in whatever role they're moving forward, and then just have some consistency across the board and just put up zeros. I think that we've had a lot of guys start really well, and we have some guys that are starting to show signs of life of who they are, and it'll be good. I think that we'll start to settle into some roles, and I think that we'll start to put things together, and I think we're a good team. We just got to go out there and show it.
I love Alex Wood. He's a good dude. He's done Junior Giants opening fields and all that stuff, but I felt like he was kind of like if you listen to the body language in that, or he was kind of like, we're good.
Yeah, everything's great.
We're good. Yeah, no.
And that's what I was just talking about, Murph.
Like, dude, guys, have you seen us? We're 18 and 23.
Yeah, and you heard Alex Wood drop the know your role a couple times. There it is, because he's been back and forth between the bullpen and the starting rotation. Like, I feel like Gabe Kapler has turned into Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Know your role and shut your mouth, Murph.
By the way, 2 competing texts. 209 says, 214 says, I love hearing the postgame interviews with Tony Bennett in the background. I would agree with that. I always enjoy that. Next test down, 707. Giants with the worst victory song at a stadium.
Whoa.
That's a hell of a take now.
Yeah.
Hell of a take, 707. 530 says, in terms of Casey Schmidt's playing time, you hate to say it, but you have to see Brandon Crawford sit more. Okay?
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be playing too much versus lefties anymore, to be honest.
707 says, Kapler's jeans are tighter than the leash he has over his players. About that there, too. And 916 says, the Giants won last night, scoring no earned runs. That doesn't mean the offense is back. Well, yeah, it does. They jumped the I mean, they had a lot of good swings on this. But that guy, Bailey Falter, first of all, bad name.
Yeah, bad name. Falter.
And second of all,
a pitcher.
He would not fool anybody.
No,
they
not
were
at
squaring
all.
him up.
And here's the thing. Michael Conforto went oppo taco, and he's hit 4 home runs in the last 6 games. He's starting to heat up.
Yeah, there you go. Brandon Crawford himself did NBC Sports Bay Area on the streakiness of the 18-23 Giants.
We've been a little streaky. I think we'll go through a pretty good patch where we'll play really good baseball, and then we'll have a down 3 or 4 games where it seems like we can't do anything right. So hopefully we could kind of smooth that out and play good baseball. Even there are going to be tough games where we lose, but overall just clean it up maybe a little bit. I think our defense has actually been pretty solid, but there are some times where I feel like we can't hit the ball, which is going to happen, I guess. But you want to try to be a little more consistent, and I think we've done a better job lately. Cutting down the strikeouts a little bit, it seems like, and putting the ball in play more, and getting some big hits when we need it.
Well, he's talking about he's describing a 500 team. Is what he's describing right there. So, God bless Brandon Crawford. He does his thing too. Guys, just last check of the text line, then we'll end the big hit and get to the cooler of content. Mark Spears coming up 9:15. We still got to dive into the Warriors. 510 goes back to what we said earlier. I'd assign the win to the pitcher who had the best outing, no matter the score of the game. That would be like sort of a official scorer's judgment.
Mm-hmm. Which is fine because they use their judgments on airs.
And we would have given the win to Alex Wood yesterday under that format.
100%. Yeah, Scott Alexander came in for an inning and a third, and he gets the win.
415 says, I want people, not pieces. That's why Wood didn't sound 100% totally into it. He's just stating the party line. 408 says, Kapler once again losing the clubhouse? ? 209 says, how about by Flag Day, Kyle Harrison? Kyle Harrison by Flag Day, back of the staff. 802 says, what's up with the training staff? Seems like we never have anyone healthy. Well, Jock Peterson got hit on the hand with a pitch, right?
Yeah.
So that wouldn't matter. Yes.
And Anthony DiScalfani had a piano bench dropped on his toe.
408 says, hey, 707, what song would you suggest? Tony Bennett is gold. Why don't you go jump off the Golden Gate Bridge? Whoa.
Oh, hey now.
Oh,
that escalated quick.
Yes, it did. And the 415 goes on to say, this the same guy says, we're not consumers, we're community, or am I wrong about these Giants there? Okay, guys. Well, there you go. There's your big hit. It's about the Giants at the quarter, Paul. I'm calling 500 by Flag Day, and I'm kind of thinking maybe they are what they are, 500 team. My only hope, and I jock blogged about this, is Casey Schmidt and the youth, whether it's Pat Bailey or Kyle Harrison. This is the only thing that's going to get the fans excited.
Yes.
Okay? Sparing unless a 10-game win streak comes and Conforto just turns into the player of the month or Haniger turns into the player of the month. I am looking forward to Luke Jackson, though. That's my guy. And he was probably one of our best interviews at Scottsdale, too.
Raise Dale and raise hail.
Very good. All right, just wanted to check in on the Giants. The big hit will not always be the Giants, everybody. So some people going, you're going to talk Giants on the big hit? I'm out. So we got to. Hey, don't forget, you can still watch us on the live stream here on the KNBR app or KNBR.com, YouTube KNBR live stream. You can see what Waterboy looks like. Good-looking kid. Good-looking kid, Waterboy.
Thanks, Murph.
So, the big hit will return tomorrow. Who knows what it could be? Could be Western Conference Finals, LeBron. Could be the lottery, Wembanyama.
Mm-hmm.
These are the things we got to talk about. So, we'll do that every day at 8 o'clock, the big story of the day. Probably going to be a lot of Niners coming up, too.
Yeah.
Probably a lot of 49ers coming your way. And, of course, Warrior drama as the Bob Myers stuff gets settled, the Draymond Green player option gets settled. All those things.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
There it is. Okay, the cooler of content is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Michael Thompson stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about Klay Thompson's struggles against the Lakers and what he thinks the future of the Warriors dynasty looks like. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All righty. By the way, I love Peter Hartlaub, but yeah, I had to correct him on. So this A's crowd got some traction yesterday. 2,000, something like that.
2,064.
2064. Their lowest crowd since September 79. And Hartlaub came in and tried to stick up for the East Bay and said, the Giants actually have the record. He said we were bad in 74. The Giants fans didn't turn up 748. I told you guys the story earlier today. Remember the number I told you? And my mind did not play tricks on me. Shout out.
Ghetto Boys.
Thank you very much.
Mine's playing trick on me.
I checked. April of 79, 653 souls at the Mariners-A's game.
653
Found the box score.
Souls, Murph.
Had to retweet it to Pete.
Lifeless souls.
Sorry, Pete. You can't forget 653. I still never forget that picture. It's just emblazed in my head. The Mariners and A's, thank you. How about that?
Who are they thanking? Family and friends? Yeah.
They can go individually thank them instead of putting a message on the board.
You had more people show up for Casey Schmidt's debut a week ago.
I think there might have been more people at the MCAL San Marin TAM championship game. In fact, I'm darn sure there were more people at that game.
Right, yeah.
All right, Waterboy, how you feeling about your team? You're in the news. Your Yankees are in the news.
Yes!
Aaron Judge was in the box in Toronto yesterday and was doing this really shifty side eye, looking at the dugout. Looking at the dugout. I'm doing it on the live stream right
just
now.
taking a look around.
Looking at the dugout. Looking for something. Blue Jays broadcasters noticed it.
3 pitches ago.
Watch what he's looking at.
Yeah. What is that?
Where's he looking?
Where is he looking? And he did it more than once.
Yeah. It's really, really unusual.
You don't want to go, throwing allegations around without knowing, but just did it again. And he pummeled it. He hit it a country mile for his second home run of the night.
Third time this season that Aaron Judge has hit 2 homers in a game, and once again, he's looking at something, and then the next move is that powerful swing, and he blasts one to center field. I've not seen that before with him.
No.
I've not ever seen that.
And we've both seen it a lot. Do you think he's trying to see if he can see Kirk? If Kirk's away,
I don't
it's
know.
more likely to be a slider. If Kirk's in and he can't see him, it's more likely to be a fastball.
But the way his head was, I don't know that he could see the catcher just looking like that.
Yeah.
How you feeling about this, Waterboy? How you feeling? Now, sign stealing is an age-old tradition. I think the people had problems with the Astros using technology. I remember Dwayne Kuiper telling us the analogy. He said, listen, if you're in a business and you have a rival business, if you're walking by a conference room and you overhear something that your rival businessman says, that's one thing. If you wire the conference room for video, that's another thing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So do you feel like, Judd, this is just old-fashioned baseball?
Well, that's my take, and that's the stance I've always had, of course, going back to the Houston Astros, banging trash cans and all that stuff. If you're using technology to steal signs, yes, I have a problem. But if you're going old-fashioned, pitchers tipping pitches, you've picked up something that the other team hasn't made the adjustment for, then it's fair game.
But if he shouldn't he be noticing the tip pitch? Why is he relying on the dugout to notice the tip pitch?
That's the thing. If you remember,
that would indicate that might indicate that they were looking at the video.
That's the thing, because they're in Toronto, so they're at an away ballpark, but maybe they are feeding something. Again, these are allegations that we're throwing out there.
he hit a bomb.
Yeah, and he had 2 of them that day. He had 2 of them.
So they asked Aaron Judge, why are you looking sideways, buddy? And by the way, we could do a whole nother segment on looking sideways and side eye. Is there a GIF? Is there a side eye GIF?
There's a couple side eye GIFs.
Yeah.
Side eye is big with the kids these days.
Here's Aaron Judge.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking like who's still talking here. It's 6-0, and our manager got tossed. He did his job. Like, let's go back to playing ball.
You feel that's unnecessary in that situation with that score?
You know, I like Booney sticking up for me, and he always does. But I feel like after the manager does his thing, it's like, fellas, like, you know, our pitchers still got to go out there and make some pitches. Like, we got the lead. Let's just go to work here. So it kind of, I said a couple things to some guys in the dugout, and especially after the game. But hopefully it won't happen again.
So he's saying he was looking at the dugout because Boone was chirping.
Yeah, so Boone got tossed for arguing balls and strikes, and then apparently there were still Yankee players chirping during his at-bat, so he says he was looking over at the dugout to see who was talking S.
Interesting. And again, I mean, sign stealing is part of the game.
It's part of the game. I used to do it when we played high school ball. If you're on second base...
Would you ever use it to your advantage?
100%. If you're on second base, your catcher's not throwing down multiple signs...
Would you give signs to your hitter?
100%.
What was your sign?
So if a fastball's coming, you get the lead, you put one arm down. If it's a breaking ball, you put two arms down, and that's how you pick it up from second. It's part of baseball.
Yeah.
It's part of sign stealing. And by the way, it doesn't matter if you steal signs or not. If you leave an 85-mile-per-hour spinning slider right over the middle of the plate, Aaron Judge is going deep.
I'm pretty sure, I better check with my fellow, I think it's illegal in Little League. I think if you're caught doing it in Little League, you can get ejected.
Can you?
Yeah, I think so.
What is that, sportsmanship?
Stick to Little League.
Murph.
By the way, shout out the Yankees playing Earth, Wind, and Fire's Boogie Wonderland in there. That was fantastic. Sounded great there in there. Hey, while we're on the Yankees, Nicky T posted, he's our favorite Yankee fan, Nick Turturro, the actor and comedian. This is just a quick one about Anthony Rizzo and lefties. We just want to hear his voice. Yeah.
Rizzo, baby, lefty, that's what you need. Lefties, that's what you need.
There it is.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, you just need lefties.
Rizzo, baby, lefty, that's what you need.
Do you not have enough lefty power?
It's a super heavy right-handed lineup with Judge, Stanton, Gleyber, Torres. Yeah, I don't know.
Shouldn't you have?
Oh, take that up with Brian Cashman.
All right,
He could get a left-handed bat.
Your boy Kendrick Perkins. Remember he came on our show in Scottsdale and dazzled everybody with his talk about growing up in Texas, his childhood, growing up black in America in the South, talking about father figures, lack of father figures in his life. Very heavy stuff. People were like, man, we got so much feedback on that interview. They're like, we love Perkins. He's deep, man. He's really good. Now, when he starts back basketball, everybody hates him again.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. Because in that interview, he also talked to us about how good the Warriors are and they can win a championship. And then he turned around and 3 hours later, he's on ESPN talking about how the Kings were going to beat the Warriors.
Hey, man, he's just got to go. Just lick your fingers, feel which way the wind's blowing, and go with it. So here he is this morning on your Warriors.
Hell yeah, it's over, Molly. Hell yeah, and I don't give a damn what Draymond Green got to say. Yes, it's over. Let me explain something to you, okay? The run has been great, but let me say something that is actual facts. The Warriors really hadn't beat LeBron without KD since, 2016? I mean, Bron actually have them figured out. And as long as LeBron James is in the Western Conference, and as long as he can continue to play at that level and he have Anthony Davis playing at that level, they still got to go through the Los Angeles Lakers. And guess what? Other teams in the Western Conference are going to continue to get better. And it's a lot of ifs with that organization. If Bob Myers re-signed back, if Klay Thompson take a pay cut. Why should Klay Thompson take a pay cut? Let's be honest here. Why should Klay take one? He don't have to.
Okay, man. This is going to be the dominoes that are going to fall, man. And Bob Myers, it starts with Myers. You got to figure out who's doing these decisions. The dynasty is over. Not so fast.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
As long as you got Steph. It's like Tom Brady. As long as you got Brady.
100%.
You know what I mean?
And I feel like Kendrick Perkins had these same exact takes back in 2019.
Yeah, probably. All right, there you go. There's your Power Hour. Dwayne Kuiper, the check-in on the Giants at the 25% mark, and, of course, a little cooler of content. Okay, guys, we do have more Warriors sound, too. Marcus Thompson, Michael Thompson, Bobby Marks, John Hollinger with some savage stuff in The Athletic. 49ers are down there. Steve Wilkes has spoken. And, of course, Mark Spears at 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hell yeah, it's over, Molly.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You can't win alone. I can't win alone. Me and James, we just can't win alone. That's why basketball is played 5-on-5. So, we just need everybody to just, try to keep finding ways to get better, and, we'll be fine.
That's Joel Embiid, who is looking for a new coach. By the way, before we get to the news and the Fox News chime, shout out Boogie Wonderland, Earth, Wind & Fire, being played at the Yankee clubhouse as Aaron Judge denies getting signs from the dugout. I believe used artfully by Mel Brooks in History of the World Part 1, I believe. Aren't they dancing to it in like ancient Rome, something like that? Anyway, nobody seen Mel Brooks' History of the World Part 1?
No, Murph.
Anyway, gosh, Jesus. All right, guys. Hey, you got a little Fox. Yeah, guys, the news is the latest playoff coach to get fired, and this does not surprise too much. Doc Rivers out in Philly. I wonder if Kate Scott drove the knife in his back. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was a riff. All right. Jeez, man. Kate probably loved Doc, right?
Yeah.
Did you see that stat about Game 7 losses where it's like certain franchises, he has more Game 7 losses by himself than certain franchises?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Poor guy. Third consecutive second-round playoff exit, and Doc Rivers gets the Ziggy in Philadelphia. This is the deal, man. I mean, they had championship aspirations, but look at this now. Budenholzer, 1 seed, gone. Monty Williams, what were they? The
2 seed.
Well, last year they were the 1.
Last year
and
they
then
were
this
1.
year they were the
2 seed, I believe.
Were they the 2 this year?
I want to say they were.
Yeah, because Sack was 3.
Sack was 3.
And then, or were they 4 or 5?
They might have been 4.
Yeah, but they were still right in the mix.
Yeah.
And yes, third consecutive playoff exit that Doc Rivers gets. And now now you got 3 plum jobs: Philly, Milwaukee, and Phoenix. all dangling out there. Kenny Atkinson from the Warriors, you would think, is going to maybe get one of those.
I'm hearing stories about Mark Jackson in the Milwaukee Bucks.
I heard those stories too.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised.
So would I.
I would be surprised.
Yeah.
Although I will always give him more credit than Fitz. Fitz said, and I know Fitz was closer in the building, and obviously there were things going on in the building where they had to move on from him. Mm-hmm. Like there was, I don't know. They just said, listen, trust me. We had to move on. That said, he did start the foundation with Stephen Clay.
And that's the thing. He's the guy that laid the groundwork. He was the one that was getting laughed at when talking about the Splash Brothers being the greatest shooting backcourt of all time.
Yeah,
it's crazy to me he got fired. What was it, back in 2014? He hasn't had a job opportunity since then.
He also got them playing defense.
Yeah.
Mark Jackson got them playing defense, for sure. So Doc Rivers fired by the 76ers. Here's Adrian Wojnarowski at ESPN on the case.
Philadelphia was fairly torn about this the last 48 hours after the Game 7 loss to Boston in the Eastern Conference semifinals on Doc Rivers' future. But ultimately, I think 3 straight seasons of falling short in the conference semifinals. I think there was a sense within the organization that they had to break through past that for Doc Rivers' future in Philly. And they fell short. And now this is an organization that sees a very tight window here on trying to win a championship around Joel Embiid. And ultimately, they decided they're going to try something different. Among the candidates for Doc Rivers' old job, Mike D'Antoni, who was obviously with Daryl Morey, their president in Houston, and of course, had a really strong partnership with James Harden with the Rockets. But Mike Budenholzer is going to be part of this search. I'm told Monty Williams, who was in the Philly organization as an assistant for a season, who they know well, Joel Embiid knows. And so they're going to go big game hunting in this search. And, like a number of other contenders, Phoenix, Milwaukee, Philadelphia now is in the market for a new head coach.
It's nuts, man. Makes you appreciate the stability of a Steve Kerr, huh?
Yeah.
And or Mike Brown up in Sac.
Yeah, or an Eric Spoelstra out in Miami.
Oh, well, that's my guy. Can't wait for him to go. So here's the stat. This is really weird. In series where Doc Rivers has won at least 3 games in a 7-game series, they're 16-33. Like, he has, he cannot finish the job. Now, is that on him? Is that on him?
See, that's the question, Murph. Because this past Sunday was the 10th time that Doc Rivers has lost a Game 7.
6-10 in Game 7.
But there's also the fact that Joel Embiid and James Harden combined for 24 points in Game 7.
Right.
Whose fault is that? Is that Doc Rivers' fault?
Doc Rivers teams have also now blown 3 3-1 leads, 4 3-2 leads, a 2-0 lead, and lost 4 home Game 7s.
And that's why you get the Ziggy, Murph.
Is that on him at that point?
I mean,
they say it's a player's
At some point, you got to look at the man in the mirror. But yeah, again.
We got Woj now on, did Embiid and Harden have influence on this decision?
I think certainly any time an organization with star players like that is making a decision, they're not doing it in a vacuum. But I think with the uncertainty around James Harden's future, he can become a free agent, expected to become a free agent this summer. We've talked a lot about this, Stephen. The fact that Houston looms on the horizon is a real threat to sign James Harden this summer. Certainly, they've got to take all of that into consideration. I think the sense largely was Doc Rivers, especially around Joel Embiid, had support. You heard Joel Embiid after the Game 7 loss back Doc Rivers. And listen, he did that publicly in a way that James Harden didn't. I think that relationship was always a test for Doc Rivers. I think he got the most out of kind of trying to thread the needle with James Harden and Joel Embiid. This was Embiid's team.
Man, oh man. It is wild stuff. And so you heard him talk about the possible successors. Monty Williams could probably wind up over there. Guys, JJ Redick's name is out there too.
Yeah, he's a hot candidate.
Interestingly enough. Somebody pointed out, a couple people checked in on my comment about Mark Jackson and the Warriors. Well, first of all, Mark 707 says Marcus Thompson wrote a book, said it was very Marcus Mark Jackson was very religious, like heavily religious. That gets a little dicey talking about that stuff, but apparently that was almost too much of a factor going on. But somebody said, give Bob Myers more credit than Mark Jackson. And I got you on that for sure. Can somebody give Bob some blanket credit? But also, Mark Jackson did indeed get them playing better defense. He really did. Somebody else says, do you think Mike Singletary, in 415, do you give Mike Singletary credit for laying the groundwork for Jim Harbaugh? That one's kind of interesting because he was a bit of a mess, Singletary, and the team was never truly well prepared. But Scott McCloughan, that's kind of like the Scott McCloughan, Bob Myers thing because McCloughan drafted Pat Willis and Navarro Bowman and guys like that.
I'll give you another example. Do you give success to Farhan in the Giants front office for the 107-win season, or do you give credit to the old guys, Buster Posey, Brandon Pelt, and Brandon Crawford, having career years?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Well, he signed Gosman, which was great.
Bringing Chris Bryant,
but that one was run by Buster, Brandon, and Brandon.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. All right. Anyway, there you go. There's your Sixers update, NBA update. You got 3 major jobs open: Milwaukee, Phoenix, and Philadelphia. So there you go, Warriors fans. I told you guys only one team ends happy. There's going to be 3 of these teams, the Lakers, Nuggets, Heat, and Celtics, who are going to be having their morning radio shows riffing on why did this team fail.
Yeah.
Only one ends happy.
Yeah, and we still got our coach, Murph.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we haven't really talked about Kerr's longevity and how long he wants to do this. I wonder, because he's a guy, I actually am surprised about his desire to keep doing this because, he's achieved everything. Yeah. I'm sure he's financially successful and set, has nice investments to feed him and clothe him for the rest of his life. But I guess somewhere in there in Steve Kerr is a deep love of the game because that's a grind now. Those flights, I always love the Gary Radnish used to say, shout out Gary, about when Mike Montgomery left Cal or Stanford for the Warriors job. And he used to say, he said he did it so he could be flying on New Year's Eve with Bimbo Coles over Denver. You know what I mean? It's like, because it's a grind.
Yeah.
And Kerr's doing that. Yeah.
And something that stands out to me about the whole Steve Kerr angle and how long he's going to be coaching this team depends on the future of Bob Myers also.
Yeah.
And their relationship moving forward.
Although I would say Kerr would be wise to link himself to number 30.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as number 30 keeps showing up.
Everybody just stay around until Steph's done.
We thought about that post-30 era.
No, that's not the timeline we're going down. There's only one timeline.
One, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300. I also want to tell you that on the heels of his 3-run bomb last night, Mike Conforto joins Tolbert and Copes today.
Nice.
At 2:30. That'll be good. Okay, we've been promising you guys a lot of that Warriors sound from Michael Thompson, Marcus Thompson, Bobby Marks. So why don't we get to it next to prep us for Mark Spears at 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I can't win alone. Me and James, we just can't win alone.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
I always enjoy talking about my home, the North Bay, world-class beauty, and we have a world-class secret up there we like to call Marin Health. You should know about it. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. We got a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to help get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here. Gets you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think. Wait a minute. We're still dosing?
Look who's back from the dead, Murph. It's the daily dose of dubs.
Okay. I mean, I'll take it. You robot and do your thing. You didn't robot, though.
Well, that's the thing. The Warriors aren't even playing basketball anymore. Should I still be doing the robot?
By the way, I'm really upset at myself. I think I mistakenly said Boogie Wonderland was featured in History of the World. I think it was Caddyshack that I was thinking of.
Boogie Wonderland.
Yeah. So anyway, it's been beating myself up about that.
It's all right, Murph. Next pitch.
In History of the World, he does use he uses some sort of R&B tune, but anyway. Next pitch. Like you said,
Murph.
buddy.
Next song.
Next pitch also tells you you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So is this the last dose?
That's a great question. I should hit you with a Gabe Kapler. Ha ha, Murph.
That's a great question.
Last dose with Mary Jane?
Last dose with Mary Jane.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
But listen, obviously this Warriors thing is going to be continuing as we sort out what's going on. You had Kendrick Perkins saying this morning, the dynasty is over. I just got to sit back and wait. Let's just sit back and wait.
Yeah.
See what happens.
There's a lot of moving pieces this offseason.
See what happens with Bob Myers. See what happens with Draymond Green. See what happens with Jordan Poole. See what happens with Jonathan Kuminga. See what happens with Klay Thompson.
Yeah, Dante DiVincenzo. You can add to the list.
You can't say whether it's over or dead just now, okay? No. But if you want to have a hot take, you can.
Gotta have your hot takes,
Yes, okay. So, but I did want to hear, I missed Marcus Thompson on with Papa Lund yesterday, and this was written about in the Chronicle this morning about the punch. Like, I mean, obviously, the punch wasn't a positive. I'm not saying that the punch, helped lift them to the second round of the playoffs, but who knows? You can't quantify these things. Who knows?
Yeah, because I remember talking about this when it happened all the way last year, and we were like, oh, no, it's fine. Michael Jordan punched Steve Kerr in the mouth. They still won championships, and we thought it would just all blow over. And credit to Jordan Poole. I thought he was a pro this year, handling all the questions, not really making a big scene about it, and not really even talking about it until his exit interview after losing Game 6.
Well, I mean, did it affect them on the road? Maybe, which led to their road woes, which led to their having to play as a 6th seed and playing the Sacramento Kings on the road and all that, and maybe being too tired for the Lakers?
I think it definitely affected their chemistry this year. How much so? That I'm not sure.
It's hard to quantify.
But obviously, when you have Steve Kerr, Draymond, Steph, Klay all coming out after Game 6 and saying this isn't a championship team, I don't think it's because of the lack of talent with those three guys, but maybe there were some issues with the younger teammates.
I also remember that I don't know if we spend enough time talking about motivation and having to, winning again and just the natural toll it takes on you to be a champion and coming back.
And that's the thing. Like when we're talking about Klay and Steph and Dre, they've got 4 titles, obviously, but they know what it's like to be at the peak and then have a bit of a drop off. For these young guys like a Jordan Poole, like a Jonathan Kuminga, they reached the peak of their careers already. They got the championship, and we saw this year there wasn't a great response in that follow-up year.
So here, Marcus Thompson was asked by Papa Lund about the punch. What was his take?
To me, the reason it was such a big deal is because their roster was pretty flawed, and so they kind of needed the chemistry. They needed that togetherness to overcome some stuff. They had some issues with the roster, and they just didn't have any room for error.
Yeah. So again, get back to the Otto Porter, Bielitsa, Juan Toscano Anderson,
Damian Lee
type of thing. Yeah, Damian Lee, right? Yeah. Exactly. Marcus says bigger issue than the punch is that Jordan Poole. He doesn't think Jordan Poole is a number 2 to Steph.
Greater issue is that I don't think Jordan Poole is the number 2. I think Draymond or Klay is the number 2. Andrew Wiggins needs to be number 2, and the kind of weirdness of the position he plays and what we watch from Steph Curry, there was an expectation for Poole to be the number 2, but really that pressure should be on Klay Thompson. It should be on Andrew Wiggins. It should be on Draymond Green.
Who'd I tell you, the Hollinger piece in The Athletic? I like John Hollinger. I think he does a pretty good job. Here's what he wrote about a couple of Pete's. He said he was talking about Jordan Poole. It's pretty savage. He talks about how hard it's going to be for the Warriors. To do this, the new CBA works against the Warriors.
Yeah.
You can't just blow through the salary cap anywhere without significant ramifications. So this is, again, we talked about parity. They want parity. They want teams like the 1996 to 2013 Warriors to be able to surge. Whoever gets Wembanyama tonight to be able to surge.
But here's the thing, like, do we not have parity right now? Especially since they added the play-in bracket. Like, the Lakers were a 13 seed like a month ago.
It was the same as 3 years ago.
That is true.
So, not too much.
Yeah, but these are also two play-in teams that made two big upsets just to get back to the conference finals. But yeah, you're right. Same 4 teams.
Yeah, I think maybe just getting into the regular season is just get in and then the best team surface.
Yeah, exactly. But look at teams like the Sacramento Kings this year who were in it for the first time in 16 years.
That's really the only new blood, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Like OKC was flirting around with the play-in, but yeah.
According to Hollinger, unless the Warriors slash and burn what they have, they're only going to have room for minimum contracts. Okay? He's a pretty savage line there. He says, Jordan Poole goes from a great value at 3.9 to a potential liability at 28.2, presuming his $500,000 incentive for winning Defensive Player of the Year doesn't kick in. That's a little rough.
Yeah.
And he says Clay is set to make $43 million next year, despite being at this point a pretty average player. That's what he says. Who was low key brutal for much of the playoffs. Very savage stuff.
That hurts
from Hollinger.
Yeah.
And so the reason why I read that there is because of what Marcus said about you need Clay to be the number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't in the playoffs. He was not.
But last year, you could make the argument that the number 2 was Andrew Wiggins.
Yes.
Throughout the playoff run.
But Wiggins had that whole thing where he missed 25 games.
Yeah, and then the rib injury in Game 6.
Yeah. In which he played hard. Michael Thompson came on Tolbert and Copes, which was nice. And he said it was hard to call the series. Very hard. But he does think he's more optimistic about the Warriors.
Oh, yeah, the Warriors are fine, man. Steph is still Steph. Clay's had a great season despite his last 3 games. Draymond Green is still a big-time, all-time defensive player. Now, the young players are developing. Moses Moody looked good in the playoffs. DiVincenzo had a good playoff run. Jonathan Kaminga has to turn into Sean Marion next year. He has the ability, he has the skills, and he has the talent. Every time I see Kaminga play with that lively body of his, he reminds me of Sean Marion, so he needs to get to that level. Not quite an all-star, but a solid player. He is the key. If Kaminga can raise himself up to that level, the Warriors will be right back in the championship picture because Wiggins is only getting better. Poole will be better next year, and Looney is just a phenom out there. Things he does night in and night out. He's like the AC Green for the Warriors. The way he never misses a game, does all the dirty work, all the little things to help you win championships. So the Warriors are fine. People got to stop panicking and think just because they're lost to a team who I believe is going to win the title, that doesn't mean the Warriors are done. They're a long way from being done.
Okay, first of all, great to hear Michael. He's optimistic for his son, obviously Clay, so you got to factor that in. How about him sneaking in for a team that I believe is going to win the title? He thinks the Lakers are going to win the title.
He also works for the Lakers, Murph.
I will say this, though. I remember near the end of the regular season, I was walking past some restaurant where we were, and I saw a TV in the window, and it said Kendrick Perkins, the Lakers will be in the NBA Finals. And I was like, please. They were at the play-in bracket at that point in time.
Yeah. There's a clip going around right now of Richard Jefferson laughing in Kendrick Perkins' face, talking about the Lakers going to the Western Conference
The rare
Finals.
case when Kendrick Perkins might be right.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those Skip Bayless takes where you throw it against the wall and hope it sticks, and then you brag about it if it comes true.
So here's some of the problem, though, with everything that Michael was saying. Like, the Warriors are fine, Warriors are fine. Well, if Green, it says here, Draymond either opts in or re-signs for a similar amount, there'll be $55 million over the tax line. This is the really gnarly financial stuff here. And then there will be a repeater penalty for them. That would mean a roughly $250 million tax check outside of payroll. $250 million tax check, which is more than every other team's payroll. Okay, does Joe Lacob want to write a $250 million tax check to keep together a team that is getting older, and then you can't add anybody because you shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's 0.00001 percenters here. So as Hollinger writes, they have to figure out how to get younger or cheaper, and the only way is to shed a core piece.
No, it's fun.
Yeah, man, and that could be Poole.
Yeah, and I think that's the question since everybody's going back to the punch in the face. Can Draymond Green and Jordan Poole coexist?
Well, and the other thing, too, is Hollinger brings up Klay Thompson. Could you move Klay Thompson? And G. Papa had a good point yesterday when I was driving. He said, there's Bill Walsh versus Al Davis. I liked what Greg was saying. Al Davis loved his guys and always wanted to keep them. Mm-hmm. Bill Walsh blew them out early. Mm-hmm. And the Bill Walsh move would be to move Klay Thompson. That would be the Bill Walsh move.
Yeah, but is this based off of his last 3 games in L.A.? Because, again, if you look back at his regular season this year, he led the NBA in three-pointers made.
You
It's
watch,
not like he's washed
he's not
up.
the same defender.
That's true.
Right? So he's not the same player. And it is based maybe on most of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he needs to perform. So I'm just saying what Walsh would do. He might even move Wiggins.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just to get something. So Walsh was a year too soon. Davis was a guy a year too late. It was a good point by G Pop.
Nice.
That's why you stay locked in on the leader. Michael Thompson saying the Warriors are fine. Bobby Marks, ESPN's front office analyst, so he knows this paperwork stuff that Hollinger's talking about. He talks about Bob Myers now. There's so many things going on.
Yeah.
I told you, it reminds me of those late 80s Niners, man. When Walsh left, it was a huge to-do. Joe and Steve, a huge to-do. Roger Craig leaving, a huge to-do. Ronnie leaving, a huge to-do. It's very reminiscent to me of the late-stage Niners trying to keep it together. And the Niners do come back and win one with Steve, and then they kept knocking on the door and couldn't get another one.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, was that 2022 title the Steve Young title? I don't know. But here's Bob Marks on Bobby Myers.
Certainly, he's the architect, right? I mean, he's got the relationship. He's been the guy, who's built, a big part of building this roster here. I think, fortunately for Golden State, if let's say Bob decides to walk away from this and takes a year off, there's pretty good structure in place. As far as whether it would be with Mike Dunleavy Jr. or Larry Harris or people, Kurt Lacob, people who have been there already that have relationships with Draymond and with Clay. But yeah, I mean, Bob's role isn't just a guy who's building a roster. I mean, it goes beyond that. I mean, you guys see that as far as his relationship off the court with these players here, and I think that's something. I think that would probably be the biggest thing that they would be missing here.
Yeah, relationships. Mike Dunleavy has been around.
Yeah.
And you heard Raymond put him on with us, and somebody, I think it was Kawakami or Slater, had a report after one of the tough losses to the Kings. Dunleavy was the guy in the weight room talking to Steph and Draymond, having the off-the-record conversation. So, he's around. He would be a familiar face. It's not like they'd have to go off campus to go get a guy.
That's the thing. If they're keeping it in-house, yeah, maybe there's a chance they can continue the success, but it just seems like Bob Myers is such a key member in this Warriors dynasty.
The Hollinger piece goes on to say there is actually an interesting thing that if the Warriors can get through this next year, things get significantly better for them after that. That Draymond would be at a lower number and Clay's $43 million comes off the books. And he says, believe it or not, by 2023-24, they'd actually be in a good position to go get big free agents.
Right.
So I know, right? So if you can kind of weather that storm, but Curry will be 37 years old.
Then he's getting up there a little bit.
Yeah. So one more on what does Bobby Marks think as an old front office guy, the Warriors' offseason plan should be. This was on Tolbert and Copes.
Yeah, I mean, Steph's under contract for another 3 years. So how do you maximize those 3 years? Right? Like the one thing you don't want to do is just kind of you're not bringing Draymond back and you'll let Clay walk, and then next year. Steph's on an island by himself with Jordan Poole and a bunch of young kids. I think what you're probably doing, and the likelihood is that you're figuring out what's a good number for Draymond. And I think everything has to align with Curry's contract. After those guys, how is this roster getting better here? And it comes back to either you think your young players, which is Moody and Kaminga, can make a big development step, or it's going to be Poole is basically kind of the odd man out. And you try to break up that contract into two, or maybe $30 million contract into 2 or 3 players, and that builds back whether you're bench or maybe you can get a starter out of that here.
Yeah, so he's talking more and more about moving Poole. Yeah, it seems to be. I think if everybody had to guess, that would be the move to make. How about us just turning on the guy?
Yeah,
it was a Poole party a year ago.
It's Jordan, Jimmy, Trey. And Joey by the Bay.
Is he going to move in?
Yeah, he's in a new apartment now, yeah.
Oh, man. 707 says, hey, but why did Draymond hit Poole? He didn't wake up that morning thinking, I'm going to knock JP on his ass today. There had to be something going on. That's interesting, too. Mm-hmm. That whole deal. Why did that happen? Mm-hmm. 415 says, by the way, you keep talking about Bill Walsh, but his way didn't work. That's what he's saying. Well, it kind of did.
Yeah, it worked pretty well.
Kind of did.
I'd say it did.
415 says, did the punch stunt Poole's growth? These are all unquantifiable things.
It's fun.
Yeah. 707 says, guys, AD and LeBron, think of how thin it is. He says, AD and LeBron were dead in the water, and Lonnie Walker changed everything.
Yeah.
And the Warriors were up 12 in that game in late third quarter.
Walker. And credit to the Lakers. Lonnie Walker was actually one of the guys that was on the team when the season started. But look what they did at the trade deadline. They're not out here worried about two timelines and what the Lakers are going to look like post LeBron. No, they have LBJ, and they're trying to win championships right now, and they surrounded him with the talent to do it.
Yeah. Well, we're continuing to monitor this all day, every day. And I want to shout out 415 saving my butt, saying the song I was thinking of from History of the World Part 1 is Funky Town. All right, there it is. All right. So I think he picks up a boombox, I believe, in a Roman toga. I think he's like Julius Caesar listening to that stuff.
Solid.
Anyway, guys, listen, fun, well, not fun. That's the wrong word. That's the wrong word. Meaty discussions on the Warriors, and they continue with the great Mark Spears next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
ESPN's NBA front office insider Bobby Marks stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the Warriors offseason and what the future of the Warriors dynasty looks like. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Dub Nation, time for Spears to talk Splash Brothers. It's Murph, Mac, and Mark Spears, the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
What a resurrection this season. The Lakers opened 2-10. They were 8 games under 500. They retooled at the trade deadline, and they're on to the Western Conference Finals. LeBron James with 30 points, Anthony Davis with 20 rebounds, and the streamers fly as the Lakers, the 7th seed, will face Denver for the Western Conference title.
Man, what a story. The Lakers, LeBron and AD knock out Steph, Clay, Dre, and Jordan Poole, and Mark Spears is here to talk about it, man. So, Mark, great to have you, buddy. Always huge stuff to talk about. We do have Paulie Mac out, Marcus Boucher in. So, Murph and Marcus today. Paulie's back on Thursday. What's up, man? How are you?
What's up, Mark?
Oh, man, just out here in Chicago for the NBA pre-draft camp, which Amari Moore from San Jose State did really well on the first day. Got the three-pointer really, really well, which is something that he needed to show NBA scouts, and they're starting to like him. And also, more importantly, the NBA draft lottery is tonight. So, people will worldwide will get to know where Victor Wembanyama goes, which is, to me, the most exciting prospect since LeBron James, and maybe bigger than LeBron James.
It's pretty incredible. By the way, in the ESPN feature on him, where he's having lunch with his French agent in Paris, they're going over the standings, and they say, when they get to the Pistons, Victor says, Detroit? I hope he goes to the Pistons just for that.
Yeah, no. I've been fighting on where I think the best place for him.
Yeah, where is it?
I think San Antonio. Perhaps basketball-wise, Detroit they'll probably be much better, faster with him. But I think that San Antonio has proven that they could be a great place for European international players. Mold them in the right direction. Having Popovich as his coach, I think in a smaller market like that, where basketball is king, could be. And although he did play for Tony Parker's team that left in France, having Tony there and Tim Duncan there, I could see Tim Duncan being a good mentor for him. I think San Antonio would be a great place.
Really would. By the way, those places the teams that all the way down to 1% include like OKC,
Yeah.
So, Utah.
That's the thing. I've seen crazier things happen in these draft lotteries.
Mm-hmm.
Crazier things happen, but typically those teams with the best odds end up getting them. So to me, it'll likely probably be, San Antonio, Detroit, Charlotte, or is Orlando, I think,
Houston.
the fourth one.
Houston.
I'm sorry, Houston.
Yeah.
But I just think, actually, respectfully, Charlotte would be the worst place for Wemby at this time. Jordan's trying to sell the team. Their players haven't developed well. The team is just financially struggling. It's just, I don't know, maybe if they do get his right, make Charlotte a more attractive franchise to buy, and they could get somebody that could, give him the resources he needs. But I definitely think that Charlotte would be a disappointment for him.
Well, it'd be really fascinating. And then Scoot Henderson, too, as the 2 pick, will be really good, too. So, all right, man. We got to talk Warriors. There's so many places to start. I'll start with Bob Myers. And just your take. I think he's out there in Chicago.
Yeah.
So your take.
Well, I didn't see him yesterday, but I saw some other Warriors people.
Okay. So your take on.
That's not to say he's not here. I didn't.
I got you. Colonel Letourneau thinks he is, but anyway. So your take on how big that domino is to fall, because if indeed he does not come back, what effect that has on Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, and same question, if he does come back, what effect it has on those guys?
Yeah. I do think ultimately, Draymond, I talked to him about it the other day. He's like, Bob needs to do what's best for himself, right? And it certainly could have an effect on him, but I think Draymond's going to end up doing what's best for himself too. So if the Warriors are basically like, hey, finish out this next season, and we'll do a fair, contract that could, keep you a Warrior the rest of your career. I don't know that, somebody besides Bob can't do that for him, right? I mean, I just think that if the Warriors are to make this change, and I'm starting to believe that, I hear more and more that, Bob won't be back. Although yesterday somebody in the know said they're just waiting for Bob to decide what he wants to do. They got to be real. If Bob is gone, I actually think they need to go outside and find a veteran general manager to come in and run this ship. I've always been intrigued by the fact that there is a former general manager in the franchise, and Larry Harris, who used to be, the general manager of the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't know that they would consider Larry. Respectfully, I don't know that either the Lakers Suns are ready for such a huge, huge task. If they want the pressure, the scrutiny that comes with it. So I actually think because it is such an attractive job that they could probably garner a big name to be the general manager of this team. So if Bob doesn't come, I definitely think they should, go outside, assuming Larry wouldn't be an option, and get somebody with a name, some power, some respect that could come in and do the job. And then I also hope they do a diverse search too, so time will tell, but I think Bob, regardless of what his situation is with the draft and free agency, if I'm the Warriors, I'm like, yo, if it is truly his decision to make, he definitely needs to. It's in the franchise's best interest for him to make the decision sooner rather than later.
And Mark, there's also another GM that's in the building for the Warriors right now, or should I say former GM, and that man is Steve Kerr. So I'd love to ask you what you think the outcome, the future of Bob Myers, the impact it will have on Steve Kerr if he sticks around as the coach, or if maybe he's thinking about moving to the front office.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. I think Steve enjoys coaching, but who knows? There have been guys that have had dual roles, but to me, it's really hard to do. I saw it with Dan Issel, and when I covered the Nuggets, and it was a struggle. Like when you're involved with both hats as a coach, you could get emotional, and if you could trade somebody and you're the coach, your emotions could get the best of you sometimes. Where a general manager is typically level-headed. So I do think it's probably in the best interest to not for any franchise for a coach to have that role, but hey, if I'm Steve, man, that job gives you more longevity. I mean, you see what's happened to Doc Rivers and Budenholzer and Monty Williams, the thankless job a lot of times, and you end up being the scapegoat. And I'm glad he wasn't the scapegoat in what happened with the Warriors this season. But no, that's a coveted job. And if I'm Steve and Bob does leave, I I would consider it, but I wouldn't consider doing. I don't think it would be a smart move for him or the franchise to do both.
Mark Spears, ESPN and Scape Rider in Chicago for the NBA Draft Combine, but of course, all eyes for us on the Warriors. Bob Myers, we discussed, Steve Kerr. Jordan Poole is next. Do you think the most obvious move to make for the Warriors is to move Jordan Poole for both salary cap reasons and player development reasons?
Yeah, I mean, if there's I wonder if there's a team like Orlando that might be willing to say, hey, not get a high pick, but if they have another first-round pick in order to get Jordan Poole and taking his salary out. There's only a handful of teams that have the ability to just take Jordan's salary. And I think what makes him expendable is, I really like Moses Moody, and he's a cheaper option. I think he's shown an ability to play on both ends of the floor, hit threes, take the ball to the basket instead of just shooting jumpers all the time. I mean, is he as spectacular as an offensive player as Jordan? No, but I think he just gets the job done. And he's proven to be a solid player. He's proven that he's deserving of the opportunity. And like I said, he's much cheaper. So if Jordan does get moved, I would think that such could be the case with a team that has salary cap space on, NBA during the NBA draft, which is coming up on June 22nd.
And Mark, it seems like right now everybody is circling back to the preseason punch from Draymond Green to Jordan Poole. We saw Jordan speak about this after Game 6 and actually came out this weekend and talked about his relationship with Draymond Green and basically said that it's strictly a business relationship. So if the Warriors do want to keep Jordan Poole, can him and Draymond Green coexist in the future?
No, I think so. I mean, I'll ask you this, and you're going to laugh when I ask you guys this, but let's see how honest you could be. And I'm asking this to all the listeners listening in. Do you love all your coworkers?
That's a great question, Mark. Answer is probably no.
That's a funny one.
Do you?
No.
No,
Do you?
no, not all of them.
And they don't love me. So
yeah. So it's like you're able to go into work.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember the closest thing I could think of that I'm familiar with is when I was in college, especially the 1 year, I played at the University of D.C., and even when I played even in junior college at Foothill, and this is respectful to those guys, the Foothill guys might be listening, but I didn't like all of them.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
And then some of them I keep in touch with, some of them I don't. But, I mean, when you're on the court and you're trying to win, it's the same thing as you doing your job. You got a job to do, and you got to work together and get it done. And you don't sit there and say, well, I'm not going to get this package done for my boss because so-and-so is a jerk. You know what I mean? You get your job done. And then after work, you go your separate ways. And I think we're in this fantasy world where we really think that everybody in the sports world loves each other. You know what I mean? Like they go out and they have dinner and drink tea together and all that. Like the same as our job. Like I'd be lying if I said I loved everybody I work with, and I'm sure everybody doesn't love me either. But I think that that whole thing has been probably more overblown than it needs to be. We're several months removed from that.
Yeah.
It's just a sexy thing to talk about.
Yeah. It is, for sure. It is. It's a shiny object, and, it's a thing, too. Man, there's so much to squeeze in, and I know we only have a couple minutes left here, but we talked about Poole, we talked about Myers. Let me throw you Kaminga. I mean, I know there's reports that, his people want an increased role. I mean, I don't know. He's affordable, and you'd think, Michael Thompson came on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday saying he can turn into Sean Marion, and that's what he needs to be for the Warriors. And just wondering, do you think his camp is unhappy with the way he was treated in the playoffs?
I would understand if they did. I mean, when, Wiggins was out, who held the fort down? Mm-hmm. Right? And I think he did a really good job. I'm still kind of confused as to why he didn't play in the postseason, why he didn't get a chance to guard LeBron, why he didn't get a chance to guard AD. Kind of really, really confused by it. But I ain't trading him. No, too young, too talented, too much upside. He could. I think when he figures out when his basketball IQ reaches his game, he could be an all-star in this league. And so now I'd kumbaya with him and, figure it all out. Give him he deserves a strong role, especially next season. No.
So, I'll leave it at, we'll end it on this and let you go back to Chicago, look for Bob Myers and all that. And by the way, shout out Chicago. I was just there in April. It was awesome. And that 90-minute Chicago River tour, highly recommended.
The actual tour, I wanted to do it today, but I didn't.
Oh, you got to do it, Mark. I learned more in 90 minutes than I did in 5 previous trips to Chicago. So, but hey, is the dynasty dead?
No. As long as those guys can play at the high level, it won't be dead, and they're still playing at a high level. I think that the key is, you can't, how, you hear people say, you don't waste LeBron's years or waste, you can't waste their years. And I think the Warriors made huge mistakes with roster spots this season. Rollins, second-round pick, right? Gets hurt. Respectfully, they should have cut him, brought in somebody else. Iguodala didn't play all season, was basically kind of like a coach. Maybe they should have just hired him as a coach and used his roster spot. Then you had another rookie that didn't play. They wasted a roster spot on Lamb. What was the point of signing Lamb if you're not going to play him? So, why not have? They could have signed Cousins or Tristan Thompson or Dwight Howard or LaMarcus Aldridge. I think the lack of size was a glaring problem the entire season, and it was really, really confusing to me. And when the Warriors have won championships in the past, they didn't waste roster spots. And because of the needs of the team, I think if you kind of look back, that was an elephant in the room, the lack of size and wasted roster spots that they had, and they caught up to them in the end.
Yep, you're right. So not dead. We'll see with Myers. We'll see with Jordan Poole.
Got to get the right group around them, man, to accentuate. It's like putting Tony out there, and the rest of the band is just okay. I want to hear Dwayne Wiggins, sing Pillow. I want to hear Anniversary with, Raphael Sadiq sound the best, and Tim on the drums, right? But if everybody else they brought with them can't hold up to it, then they don't sound as good.
Damn, dude, you can drop the mic right now. Tony with Steph as Raphael Sadiq, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right, good stuff, man. I'm happy you're in Chicago. Happy you're giving that San Jose State's Omari Moore some love. I see it on Twitter, and it was great catching up with you, man. We'll do it again soon, buddy.
All right, peace out.
Mark Spears, ESPN Anscaped. He goes anti-Perkins. Dynasty's not dead.
He gives a real quick no.
Well, Steph Curry's there.
Yeah.
It ain't dead.
Yeah.
All right.
That's as simple as that. Yeah.
All right. That was fun. I enjoyed that. We'll continue to talk Warriors all week and next week and the week after and the week after. But who's the other team you want? The other championship team in this bay, San Francisco 49ers. We'll talk to Matt Barrows next about these mini camps and upcoming OTAs. Barrows on the Niners next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, that's cool. No, it's fun.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I believe in being where your feet are. Be where your feet are. And take care of what's in front of you. I started out at Johnson C. Smith University, Division II school, small school right there in Charlotte, North Carolina. I didn't think about where I would be. I had dreams of it, but I've always just, tried to win the day. And that's where I am right now. I'm not even looking beyond, OTAs. So I just want to make sure this defense is the best it can be, and we're going to continue to build this thing in layers.
That's Steve Wilkes, the 49ers new D coordinator. How about that, by the way? How's that for life philosophy? Just try to win the day. Be where your feet are. Waterboy, you can't be worried about that next gig, buddy. You got to get through this segment.
One pitch at a time, Murph.
Right.
One segment at a time.
Well, this segment is a good one because we love Matt Barrows of The Athletic talking 49ers. Rookie mini camp underway. You got Steve Wilkes talking. You got the internet sensation, Winstead, the receiver. You got Jair Brown, Tig Brown, who we loved having on the radio. All these things, plus any mention of Brock Purdy makes it worthwhile. Matty Barrows of The Athletic. Hey, Matty, Marcus Boucher in for Paulie. So the Waterboy is here. Mm-hmm. How you doing, man?
What's up, Matt?
Murph, Marcus, how are you? I'm doing well. Everybody else is too.
You going to win the day?
I am where my feet are, Murph, right in front of my computer, where my butt is usually about 10 hours a day.
I tried to say that to some youth team I was coaching. One of the kids is like, what if I'm on a couch and my feet aren't on the floor? I was like, well, I mean, come on. You're still where your feet are.
You know a teenage boy is going to find the flaw in the statement.
Anyway. Okay, so what's the big story down at rookie minicamp? Is it Wilkes? Is it the receiver, the internet sensation Winstead? Is it Jair Tig Brown? What's the big story?
Yeah, I mean, all those guys together. I mean, I think you can tie Wilkes and Brown together. Brown came out on a 30 visit, went to Top Golf. That's the thing that they do when they bring these would-be rookies in, and met all the coaches. And I think that Wilkes and Brown hit it off. Father-son type of thing, and both of them met the media on the same day. I guess it was Friday last week. Wilkes hadn't been introduced until that point, and we'd spoken to Brown on a Zoom call right after he was taken, but it's rushed and it's on video. This is the first time he was up close, and you probably felt this in your interview. Just a real magnetic personality, has a real presence, and you understand why he was a team captain, and you understand why the 49ers fell for him so hard. And I think Wilkes has sort of a similar personality as well. And of course, he's been a secondary coach all of his life, so he's probably gravitates towards defensive backs. But it was a nice sort of parallel there. You could absolutely see why he was so drawn to this guy and why they were so ecstatic when they traded up and got him in the third round.
Yeah, we loved him. I mean, there's just like certain guys have just a sort of an intellectual charisma. Like there's just something about him. The way he talked, the way he appreciated everything, the way he told his story. I mean, I'm sure a fan would be like, yeah, but can he play? That's the question, right?
Well, yeah, right. I mean, they absolutely did fall in love with his personality, and so that'll be sort of the question moving forward, is whether that took too high a precedent in their mind. We'll have to see. But Jimmy Ward is now in Houston. He was the captain of that secondary. They need somebody to step into that role, and I'm not saying Jair Brown will do that as a rookie, but you can absolutely see him doing that in coming years and sort of being the heart, the voice, the energy of that back four, back five.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic is the voice you hear. D-line, D-line, D-line. That's always been the sort of the successful thing of the Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans defenses. They lost guys. They add Javon Hargrave, obviously, but the two guys that were talked about with you guys, the beat writers, were Drake Jackson and Javon Kinlaw. I mean, you keep hearing good stuff about Kinlaw. We have yet to see it on the field, so I think that's I'll believe it when I see it. But Drake Jackson, this is going to be a test of their ability to develop players, isn't it, Maddie?
Yeah, for sure. And, I think that's a position that they felt like, as good as this defense has been, we can still get better, and that's one of the spots where they can do that. A lot of candidates to sort of be the bookend opposite Nick Bosa this year, but I think that the 49ers are really hoping that Drake Jackson makes that his spot, that he takes such a firm step forward that it's clear that he ought to be the starter from week one onward. And I think that Wilkes noted those two guys. Those are the first two names out of his mouth when he spoke to us because they were there. They've been working out at the team facility all off season, and they were present when he scrolled through for his interview back in February, and they've been there ever since. And because frankly, they're looking for something from them. They're looking for Kinlaw to finally play a lot of games and play like a first rounder, and they're looking for that second year leap from Drake Jackson. And it's funny, as great as DeMeco Ryans was, he never said anything remotely critical of any of his players. And frankly, his press conferences for us, as far as getting great quotes and whatnot, weren't spectacular. And Wilkes already, right off the bat was saying that, I thought that Drake Jackson sort of faded away a little bit as a rookie. He needs to get stronger, needs this and that. It was already more substantive for us, for reporters who were writing this, than any of the DeMeco Ryans pressers had been.
And Matt, to your point, it seems like they have been searching for that perfect pass rushing partner for Nick Bosa. I know they bring in Cleve Farrell from the Raiders, a former first-round pick, and we're all expecting Drake Jackson to make that improvement leap this year. Do you think that pass rushing partner is currently on the roster, or could the 49ers still go out and maybe bring in a guy like Jadeveon Clowney or someone who's still on the market?
Yeah, they absolutely could. I think those are moves that maybe you make towards the end of training camp when you've really gotten a good look at your crew, and you decide, you know what, maybe Drake Jackson, maybe Robert Beal Jr., maybe they're a year off. And we do need something a little bit more this year, or there could be an injury as well. So they are keeping that as an option, something that's a possibility. But like I said, I think that they're going to go through certainly the early off season and probably training camp with the crew that they have, so that they can assess that. And I'm pretty sure that Jadeveon Clowney doesn't want to go through a full off season with the team. Where he is in his career, doesn't want to go through the rigors of training camp. So it might work out for all parties. But, my thought is that the 49ers would love it if that group, and I think Farrell and Austin Bryant, another veteran free agent that they brought in, those guys are going to have roles this year. But next year, they want those positions to be Bosa, Drake Jackson, and Robert Beal Jr. As the kind of the three main defensive ends who are rotating through there.
It's going to be definitely one of the stories here, the D-line situation as Nick Bosa and the boys try to take aim at another NFC West title. I saw your tweet said passing the eyeball test. I always tell the same anecdote for years and years, but my eyeball test story was a third-round receiver in 96 from Tennessee, Chattanooga. We go out to rookie mini camps, and there was this dude, and we said, whoa, who's that? They said, that's Terrell Owens. He's our third rounder from Tennessee, Chattanooga. I was like, wow, looks like he might be all right. Mm-hmm. Well, he's in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. So you say passing the eyeball test is the tight end from Bama, Cameron Latu, huh?
Yeah, bigger than I thought he would be. They brought in a couple of tight ends. Braden Willis in the 7th round. They had a few more out there with those guys, and Latu was bigger than the rest. He literally stood out in that group. Was one of the tallest players on the field, and that's sort of why the 49ers took him where they did. They think that there's a lot left in him. He's only a kind of a recent convert to tight end, had been a pass rusher early on at Alabama. They switched him to the other side of the ball, and they felt like he was getting better and better, and that there's more in that body. He's got the the length, the size, the disposition to be a blocker, then that's it with the 49ers and tight end. You have to be able to line up at the end of the line of scrimmage and block guys. You have to be able to be a sixth offensive lineman at times, and if you don't have the size, if you kind of fancy yourself more as a pass catcher, you're probably not right for the team. So that's what they saw in Latu, somebody who can do a little of everything, but certainly has the, like I said, the frame to line up as that sixth offensive lineman.
And we're wrapping it up here on the UMA guest line with Matt Barrows this morning. And Matt, when we start talking about pass catchers, of course we got to ask questions about who's going to be throwing the ball week 1. And what's the latest injury update on Brock Purdy? I believe we're 2 weeks away from the start of his throwing program.
Yeah, early June is when we're supposed to get the really good read on it. I will say we don't really know anything until then, but the comments that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have given since the injury occurred, and certainly since the surgery in March, have gotten just slightly more optimistic every time they say something. And it seems as if they believe that he's going to be available at some point in training camp. And if that's the case, then you can only assume that he's got the inside track to be the week 1 starter when they're out in Pittsburgh. So the latest was that this is Shanahan talking at the Dwight Clark event last week, and Laura Britt and Matt Mayoko are interviewing him, and they of course ask about Brock Purdy, and he says that Purdy's on the field with the other QBs. The only difference is he's not throwing a ball at this point, but he is doing quote-unquote violent motions with his arm involving a towel. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but point being is that he's out there, he's using his arm more vigorously than he did just a few weeks ago when it was all he could do to kind of, lift it above his head and reach for, a Gatorade bottle or whatnot. So he's making progress. They are optimistic. He's absolutely on schedule, and you're right. We're going to know something maybe 2.5 weeks from now.
2.5, man. We'll be stalking you, buddy. We'll be all over it. We appreciate you hopping on, Matty. Thanks.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, good to talk to him, and we're ramping it up, man.
Yeah.
Ramping it up. They will have their mini camps. The only time the NFL really goes dark is last week of June, first 2 weeks of July. That's about it.
Yeah, barely.
Barely.
And even still, people are having their fantasy drafts.
Fantasy drafts in June and July?
Yeah.
Come on.
I know some people.
Really?
I'm in a couple.
4th of July draft?
Yeah, but that's for my Dynasty League where we only draft rookies, Murph.
Is the Dynasty dead, Marcus?
No, the Dynasty doesn't die, Murph.
That's what we
just like the Warriors.
Ask Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah.
All right, 2 things I want to tell you. One, David Aldridge, the great basketball voice, joins Papa and Lund today at 11:30 to talk about the Warriors. And then, of course, we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health, your gateway to better health. With an exceptional medical center and more than 150 primary and specialty care doctors in clinics throughout the North Bay. Hey, 2 quick personal ones. I was just making sure I had my latest news here. I see Burnsy's 11-year-old son just made a U.S. national baseball team.
Oh, nice.
How about that?
Hell yeah.
Colton Burns.
We'll give him some applause.
Go USA. And then the other thing, speaking of locals, just a favor to Tanel and Tony. Tony and Tonelli, their cousin is on the Lewis and Clark baseball team, and they're going to the NC2A regionals this weekend. They got kids from St. Ignatius, St. Francis, Palo Alto, Bishop O'Dowd, etc.
Nice, hell yeah. And I'm sure Tonelli will be out there. I know he's been traveling a lot for this game.
Yeah, he's been following this stuff. So the young man, his nephew, I wish I had his name. I don't have his name. Apparently the kid can rake, though.
Yeah, heard he's a good third baseman.
You got to hit, Waterboy.
Yeah.
As the great Marty Leary would say, he can hit. He can hit.
He can hit. He passes the eye test.
All right, buddy. Hey, day 2 in the books.
Day 2.
You got another one in you?
I'll be back tomorrow.
Be back tomorrow on that TV screen right there?
I'll still be here.
Hi, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
There you go. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next on The Sports Leader.
He's not throwing a ball at this point, but he is doing quote-unquote violent motions with his arm involving a towel.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Coming back.
Team heads, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
There it is. Atta kid. Look at Triple E coming back after, shall we say, a couple of minor mishaps along the way.
Yeah, Murph, I'm just glad there's some type of music on this segment.
I'm not going to read the text about Matty Barrow saying violent motions with his arm using a towel, because everybody texting in, you know what you're texting.
I understand.
All right.
We all know, Murph.
We all know.
We all know.
We all know. 831 Aaron, who's always so positive, says, fun show today. Glad I got to hear Mark Spears reaffirm the dynasty isn't over and that Kendrick Perkins doesn't know his ass from his elbow.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
He says, I'm not sure without the Warriors we're going to have consistent big hit energy every day with the Giants. We're with you, 831. We're with you.
Mm-hmm.
The big hit is a living, breathing organism that will evolve over time.
And that's the thing. Last week, we had to bump Casey Schmidt from the big hit for the Warriors. It might be day after day. We might have to change the name to the big hit to the big Schmidt, Murph.
Could be anything. Could be LeBron, something tonight. Jokic, something tonight. The lottery.
The Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes.
Yeah, the Scoot Henderson sweepstakes. All right, so we'll do that. But you're doing good, kid. 5 hours of water boy. Just about right.
Yeah, just about right.
I think we hit our limit at the 5 spot.
Thank you, Murph.
So, all right, Triple E, onward and upward, buddy. All right, Lil Tony. That kid's holding it down.
That's Young Tone. That's my guy.
And I'll see you tomorrow, brother.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Time for Papa and Len. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Be where your feet are.
Lefty, that's what you need. Lefties.
Oh, yeah, the Warriors are fine, man.
Hell yeah, it's over, Molly. Hell yeah, and I don't give a damn what Draymond Green got to say.
No, it's fun.
That's the end of the game.